Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Good morning to my board colleagues and Dr. Stubblefield, to all of our staff, and to our guests that are present this morning. Welcome. It is a shift. We're here during the day, so welcome to our regular board meeting on Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. It is 9:36 a.m. We'll officially call our meeting to order. As a reminder, if anyone needs an interpreter, we do have interpreters available today for simultaneous interpretation. Please let one of our staff members know, and we will have interpreters available to assist you. Si usted necesita un intérprete hoy día, tenemos intérpretes para la reunión de hoy día. Por favor, deje saber a algún empleado y les podemos ayudar con la interpretación de esta reunión hoy día. Again, welcome. Good to see you all. It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. We'll go ahead and start our meeting. And as we do at our meetings, we remind ourselves of our norms and protocols. We agree to respect differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district, to read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we're following our norms when conducting district business. Again, so good to see you all this morning. And with that, Ms. Downing, would you please do a roll call?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., present.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, present.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, present.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, present.
Great, thank you, board. Would entertain a motion to approve the regular agenda as presented.
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Great, thank you, board. We're going to jump right into our agenda. We've got lots to cover today. First is our recognitions and awards. First off, we do want to celebrate. We were supposed to have a celebration and performance for Asian American and Pacific Islander History Month. However, they could not be here today, but we still want to recognize the importance of this month and the significance for all of our students of that heritage. And so I know Dr. Stubblefield has something she would like to share as well.
So good morning. Unfortunately, our student performing group had a conflict this morning. We tried to work it out, but couldn't quite get there. So we appreciate the staff and the students trying to make the effort. We also had a wonderful opportunity last week to bring together students from all of our high schools, from the Asian American and Pacific Islander groups, together with some community partners, where they were able to provide information about their experience and also to be among one another to give the district feedback on their experience. So this month is an opportunity to honor the rich cultures, histories, and traditions that strengthen our community and to recognize the important role diversity plays in education. We're grateful for the student, staff, and families and community members who experience and perspectives enrich our district every day. And there is a art display back there. Thank you to our fine arts department for getting student art that represents all of those cultures. And again, next year we'll make sure that that there are no conflicts, but it was confirmed and then there was a conflict. So thank you, and I'll turn it back over to President Lopez.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield, and I'm sure we'll hear from other board members later today about their experience at that convening earlier this week. It was a great convening, so I'm sure we'll share out a bit about that. And again, we honor all the rich cultures and traditions. The diversity of this district is one of our strengths, and we celebrate all of our cultures and all of our students and backgrounds. And so we're excited to continue to celebrate our Asian American and Pacific Islander students and staff and families in this community. Next up, we will hear from Mr. Sam Simmons as we celebrate our scholar athletes.
Good morning, President Lopez, Vice President Brownlee Page, board members, Superintendent Dr. Stubblefield.
Good morning.
Blessed to be here this morning to share some of the rewards and recognitions of our Sumner Academy speech and drama team. They were very busy this spring, participated on a couple of events, one national and then of course our state level competition. So we want to recognize these scholars for all their hard work this spring and wish them luck as they participate in the next national event this summer. So for our first scholars, we're going to acknowledge they participated in the National Association for Urban Debate League Nationals, and this was at Harvard University on April 10th through the 13th. Breaking to finals and placing top 16 with a 4-3 record, we have two scholars. One could not be here, but we want to recognize senior Gabriel Andrade. And his teammate could not be here today. Yared Alvarado could not be here. We also have, sorry. At this same competition, again at Harvard University, we had some scholars participate. All right, Coach, help me out on this one. Participated in the Debate Espanol National Championship. Yes, okay. These two scholars placed 5th overall, and again, this was a national competition, so we definitely want to recognize these scholars. We had a senior scholar could not be here, Juan Ontiveros. Junior Jonathan Sosa Santos is here. The state level competition for speech and drama took place a couple weeks ago at Valley Center High School on May 2nd. And as usual, our scholars came home with more hardware. So very successful day for our Sumner Academy team. We had 12 semifinalists, 4 finalists, as well as 1 state champion that we're going to recognize here today, as well as a 3rd place overall finish in sweepstakes. So those scholars we're going to recognize. Unfortunately, she could not be here, but taking 5th place in prose is senior Shireen Sadiji. Taking 3rd place in international extemp, he is here, Gabriel Andrade. And taking 2nd place, which is a state runner-up finish in poetry, more importantly, state champion in program oral interpretation, junior Jacob Moses. And the rest of our team here all placed, were state semifinalists and helped again lead to our 3rd place overall finish in sweepstakes. We have senior Ariana Lozano Campos. Junior Alistair Reynolds. Junior Anaya Morrow. Junior Jonathan Sosa Santos is here. Senior Silas Brown. And junior Lily Willard.
All right.
And these scholars are coached by 2nd-year head coach Zachary Johnson.
Good job.
Good job, Zach. Hey, good job.
Sorry, I don't know why that's not at the beginning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Today we're going to recognize all our music students that have made it to state and then scored ones or made it to all state. First, we're going to start with our middle school students. So representing Argentine Middle School, we have Elizabeth Tamani. From Arrowhead Middle School, we have Lucas Stack, Javon Simmons, Esther Hung. And from Carl B. Bruce Middle School, we have Dylan Anderson. Unfortunately, the middle school students could not make it today, but we have our high schools represented, and they will actually present themselves. We're going to start with J.C. Harmon High School.
All right.
Or, I'm sorry, Schlegel High School.
Good morning, Board President Lopez, Dr. Stubblefield, all board members. My name is
morning.
Mr. William Brewer. I'm the Director of Choirs at Schlegel High School. Today, I'm proud to present to you Mr. Jedediah Connor, who earned a 1 outstanding rating. Mr. Connor sang Ingenisco by Verdi and Night by Florence Price.
All right.
Our second winner, or I should say person, is Mr. Jonathan Rucker, who also earned a 1 rating. And he performed the spiritual My Lord, What a Morning, arranged by Mark Hayes, and O Mistress Mine by Roger Quilter. Thank you.
Good job.
All right.
We can hear it.
All right, good morning. I'm
morning.
Corey Simmons, the orchestra director at Harmon High School. So the first two we're going to present are unable to be here because they are seniors, so they are at the graduation practice right now. So on the orchestra side, Jimena Nevarez and Crystal Perez played solos and a duet, and on all three of these, they got ones. They were also involved in a small group, so kind of everything that they participated in was elevated. So for Jimena and Crystal.
Good morning, I'm Weston Cook. I'm the band director at Harmon High School. And I'm going to be presenting this one on Dr. Marple's behalf because he has a concert tonight with the choir. So our first student who got a 1 with the choir is junior Kaylee Hernandez for her vocal solo. And then this year we had one student get a 1 rating, and she is a freshman, Haiti Solis Bermudez, which is a huge accomplishment as a freshman. So she come up here.
Celebrate.
I'm Becky Thomas. I'm the choir director at Sumner Academy, and I will let the students introduce themselves.
Thank you.
My name is Jahan Diaz, and this is my first year at State.
All right.
My name is Z Clark, and this is my second year going to State.
Good job.
My name is Evelyn Robinson, and this is my 4th year at State.
My name is Nicholas Clark, and this is my first year going to State.
My name is Wyatt Schmalz. This is my first year at State.
I'll introduce the groups. When we combine our treble groups, we call them Unità della Voce, and they got a 1 at State Large Group. Our chorale got a 1 at Small Ensemble, and our Bella Voce, we divided into 2 groups. You can see there's quite a few of them, so we divided them into 2 groups. Legacy got a 1, and Aperio got a 1. And then Evelyn's already up there, but she got a 1 at State Solo. Z's already up there, but they got a 1 at State Solo, and I will let the rest introduce themselves.
I am Nathaniel Gray, and I also got a 1 at State Solo.
Go, Nathan.
Hello, my name is Winter King. I also got a 1 at State Solo. Hi, my name is Victoria Vivero Silva, and I got a 2 at State.
Good job.
Hello, my name is Jocelyn Garcia, and I got a 2 at State.
Good job, Jasmine.
And Jalissa couldn't be here, but she also got a 2 at State.
All right.
Good morning. I am Michelle Sweeten, the Sumner Academy Orchestra Director, and I am going to have my students introduce their awards and their accomplishment and themselves.
Hi, my name is Bailey Slaughter. Me and the Camarzo Orchestra received a 1 outstanding rating at State Ensemble. We also participated in solo and state ensemble. And yeah.
Good job.
Hi, my name is Misty Fang.
Good job, Miss.
I'm Alice Bowling.
Hello, my name is Tate Calderon. I was with the concert orchestra and also the symphonic orchestra, where we both received a 1.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rogelio Romo. And I want to say that when we first started playing the pieces, we started rehearsing back in January, New World Symphony by Dvorak, arranged by Deborah Baker Monday, and Snow Falling in Autumn by Chris Peisner, I believe. And I want to say that those Snow Falling in Autumn was pretty easy, but New World Symphony was one heck of a piece. And everyone put in countless hours to practicing and playing with the ensemble. And it really felt like it all amounted to state large group in April when we went to Olathe Northwest. And that's when we earned a 1 superior rating for symphonic orchestra. And I want to say, like, I'm really proud of my group and the people, because I mean, orchestra isn't an orchestra without an ensemble. So it really was a collective effort. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Good job.
My name is Liliana Portillo, and I played with the Symphonic Orchestra. Hi, my name is Catherine Serrano, and I was also with the Symphonic Orchestra.
I have Elliot Hamrick here, who received a 1 at State Solo and Ensemble for a cello solo, and he is a freshman.
It's spinning.
They gotta look back the instruments they play. That's different. They gotta look back the
Congratulations.
instruments they play.
I am also introducing the band students that received 1 state ratings for Mr. Keltner, who is working with Ms. Lawson on 8th grade rehearsal for our promotion award ceremony tomorrow. We have Alexis Salinas, 1 outstanding tuba solo. Lillian Willard, 1 alto sax solo. Then we also had the privilege of having a 3-year all-stater. Alexis is all-state tuba, 3-year award winner, and Yuretsi Gano
Yeah, you're right.
on French horn.
Beautiful.
Oh, and alternate Sarah Dietz was also for clarinet for state. Thank you.
Should have gotten a picture.
We have a Washington Vocal All-State student, Uera Takitumina. And then we also have another Washington vocal soloist, Cadence Bowie, getting a 1 outstanding rating at state. And then lastly, we have a Washington Instrumental All-State student, Walter Lewis IV, with a tuba solo.
Oh.
Hello, my name is Angela Zhao. I am the orchestra director of Wyandotte Symphonic Orchestra.
All right.
This year, we got a 1, which is on
Yes.
point, because this is our 5th year,
Awesome.
on grade level. Just
Awesome.
saying. So,
Awesome.
thank you. We also have 3 students that got 1 ratings for outstanding performances. 1 could not be here because he is at the senior rehearsal. So his name is Isaac Gaitan.
Good morning. My name is Pablo Lopez. I am a sophomore at Wyandotte High School, and I received a 1 for my viola solo.
Good morning. My name is Alondra Zuniga. I'm a sophomore at Wyandotte High School, and I got a 1 for state for a bass solo.
All right. Congratulations.
All right.
So cute.
Good morning. My name is Mr. Kevin Relaford. I'm Director of Bands at Wyandotte High School. And today I'll be representing our concert band. This year we received a superior rating at the state festival, and this is our second one under my tenure. So they're doing a great job. We started rehearsing all the way after the marching season in November. And so they worked really hard, and we received a 1 rating this year.
All right, all right. All right, Relaford.
And so I'm going to let the leaders of the band, my drum majors and section leaders, introduce themselves and their accomplishments.
All right.
Good morning. My name is Devontae Kajanja, and then I received an outstanding rating on my snare solo.
Go on.
My name is True Dodds. I received an outstanding rating on my trombone solo.
You.
My name is Kyrese Howard. I play trombone, and I received an outstanding rating on my trombone solo, Garnet by Vandercook.
Good job. Amazing.
My name is Jamari Basie. I'm a junior at Wyandotte High School.
All right, Relaford.
And I got a score of a superior 1 and an almost perfect score of 79 out of 80 for my bass vocal solo.
Hi, I'm Noah Phillips. I'm the choir director over at Wyandotte High School. Chamber Choir is not here, but I'm representing them. They got a 1 at contest at Baker University this year.
Oh. So nice.
I just wanted to say thank you for allowing us to present our students. Each year, we send more and more students to state, and each
Amazing.
year, we come back with more and more 1s. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to all of our scholars and the staff who support them and coach and teach them. Amazing to see so many of you here and to celebrate you, so congratulations to all of you. Next up, we will continue celebration with our Administrator of the Month. We'll welcome Dr. Jones and Mr. Legler to the podium. And then once they're done, we will take a group photo with the Administrator of the Month board, and then we will take our board photo directly after that. So we'll take a brief recess to do those 2 things. Thank you.
Good morning, President Lopez, Vice President Brownlee Page, and to all of the members of the Board of Education, as well as to Dr. Stubblefield. I am so delighted to be able to present after following a great class act of our scholars.
I know.
Takes me back 33 years ago. But so proud to be able to present some of our very talented and gifted administrators who have been recognized by their colleagues and staff members. So we will begin with our first administrator, Zach Duncan. Zach is the SPED Administrator Coordinator of the Central Office. He was nominated by Pamela Newman, Yvette Edmondson, and Caitlin Fry. They said, our team would like to nominate Zach Duncan for going above and beyond in support of the SPED department at Silver City this year. Zach is always willing to lend a helping hand and consistently takes the time to answer questions and provide guidance whenever needed. He provides invaluable classroom support, advocates passionately for our special needs students, and is someone staff members can always depend on. His dedication, compassion, and commitment make a meaningful difference in the lives of both students and staff each day. I present to you, Zach Duncan. Chantel Edwards, Assistant Principal of Hazel Grove Elementary, nominated by the KCKPS staff. I'm honored to nominate Ms. Chantel Edwards for School Administrator of the Month in recognition of her unwavering commitment to supporting our entire school community. Although her background is in mathematics, she has intentionally dedicated herself to learning as much as possible about literacy instruction in order to better serve both students and staff. Ms. Edwards is open-minded, collaborative, and places great trust in teachers by valuing our professional expertise and recognizing that we know our students best. At the same time, she is always available to provide thoughtful guidance, encouragement, and support whenever needed. She brings a positive and uplifting attitude to work each day and consistently takes time to express appreciation for the efforts of others. Her enthusiasm, openness, and genuine care for both staff and students make her an exceptional leader and who positively impacts our school in countless ways. I'm so happy that I can read this because I hired her at King Elementary. And to see her come over here from New York and to bring her talents here is an amazing thing at my alma mater. So thank you for what you do, Ms. Edwards. I present to you Ms. Chantel Edwards.
Good job.
All right.
Ms. Ashley Campbell, Assistant Principal of Arrowhead Middle School. Nominated by Shay Williams. Ms. Ashley Campbell has been a dedicated member of the district for many years and consistently gives her best each and every day. Her commitment to serving others extends far beyond the school setting and reflects her deep passion for making a positive difference in the community. Outside of her professional responsibilities, Ashley volunteers with the Kansas City, Kansas alumni chapter of Delta Sigma Theta. Present to you, Miss Ashley Campbell. Stallion forever. Last but not least, Dr. Brian Gulliford, Principal of Wyandotte High School, nominated by Leslie Hornberger. He's here. Come on, y'all, but clap for him. He's not here. He's got a big school. Dr. Brian Gulliford has demonstrated outstanding leadership and dedication while supporting teachers and maintaining high expectations for both staff and students. Despite the challenges of being new to the district, the school, and the state, he quickly stepped into his role with focus, determination, and a strong commitment to student success. Dr. Gulliford has worked diligently to build relationships, provide meaningful support to staff, and foster a culture of accountability and growth. His leadership, professionalism, and willingness to take initiative have already made a positive impact on the school community. I present to you Dr. Brian Gulliford, Principal of Wyandotte High School.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. Congratulations to our administrators of the month and your entire team. As we know, it is a team effort, but you are outstanding at what you're doing. So we're going to take a brief recess so that we can take a photo with our administrators of the month and a group photo with the board. Thank you. And our state champion, Mr. Simmons. Thank you. Okay. Thank you all. Thanks for giving us a quick break so that we could celebrate our administrators and our scholars. Again, congratulations to all of them and their teams, their staff, and the families for all the great work that they do to support our scholars. Lots of great things happening in KCKPS, and we love to celebrate them. So we're going to continue on with our agenda. Board, we are on agenda item 3, community comment. As a reminder, everyone can participate and give a community comment. Please sign up with the board clerk prior to noon, the Monday before the board meeting. You'll have 3 minutes. Please come to the podium, speak into the microphone if you can, and we will give you 3 minutes. Please state your name. Your time will start once you begin speaking. I'll let you know when you have about 60 seconds or 45 seconds, 30 seconds or so, so that you can finalize your comments. And then I'll let you know when your time is up, and we'll let you finish your sentence or sentiment so that we can then move on to the next comment. A member of our administrative team, leadership team will follow up with those that require follow-up, and then all of that information will be reported back to the board if there were any action items or follow-up that needs to be reported to the board. Again, everyone is welcome to give comment. We would just ask respectfully that comments are directed towards, are not directed towards any specific individuals, staff, or students to maintain privacy and be respectful. And this is a one-way communication to the board. And if there are handouts, please make sure that there are enough, or we can make copies. Our board clerk can make sure copies are given to the entire board and to the administrative team. So with that, I see, Ms. Downing, that we do have a few comments. First up, I would invite, and before you leave, make sure that we do have your contact information so that we can reach back out to you. Ms. Jacqueline Anderson. And if we can move the mic, or if there's a handheld, Rashid or Miguel, if there's a handheld mic that we can grab, that'd be great. Thank you. Apologies for not asking that beforehand.
I was going to say, take your glove. Godmother. Wait to see what she gonna say.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
Make a brief presentation to you. A presentation of knowledge and a request. Kansas National Nebraska Act, Repeal of Missouri Compromise, actions that led to Bleeding Kansas Civil War, and Congressional Senator from Maryland, Charles Sumner, advocated to set men free. He worked with President Abraham Lincoln, signing of the 13th Amendment. His actions in Henson, 1954, Brown versus the board decision. In 1905, Kansas authorized something that was already taking place, the segregation of high school. Sumner opened in 1905 at 9th and Washington Boulevard, rebuilt this new Deco Art building still in use, and it opened in 1940 on 8th Street. The first building in Kansas dedicated to Negroes, colored, black, African-Americans, several names I choose not to use. To Sumner High School alumni and Northeast Kansas City, Kansas, this was our Mount Rushmore. We were adamantly encouraged to show the world freedom, strength unfurled, and the freedom to obtain knowledge. We dedicated to continue to march our victory, knowing closed doors, opposition only led to more opportunities. We climbed mountains, we forded streams, and this cornerstone of education, special over 120 years. Graduates, you know of District Court Judges Cordell Meeks Jr., another graduate you know of, Pastor Ethelia Banks, community leader, Elder Irvin Sims, Mount Carmel Senior Apartments, Wendell Maddox, whom you honored earlier this winter. Great expectations and community involvement heritage is still being practiced by Sumner Academy. This past weekend, the school worked with Special Needs Olympic. The individuals we saw here working and receiving awards were carrying on the heritage that was established by Sumner High School. My request, the Clarence Owens Alumni Room, its artifacts and documents be an integral part of the Sumner Academy Learning Exposure Base. Sumner's history, from whence it came, well enough alone. Please, don't touch it. Maintain it. It doesn't cost the school district any additional money. In this case, well enough is good enough. A recent student of Sumner Academy was asked, what do you know about this school? What do you know about Sumner? I think black people went there. No, that's not enough. It should be an integral part of their education. We continue, and we didn't have a school song. We had a school pledge. We pledged to high school alumni a note, a song of not fight, but a pledge of, we will sing its name throughout the land, the name of Sumner, dear old Sumner. Sing the name of Sumner high. And yes, we won award state in every academic that you can think of that was present at that time. Sumner High School, from where many of us grew in knowledge and expertise in our chosen fields. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. An orange.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Anderson, for that, and for that. You win a 1 in vocal as well today. As we celebrate our scholars, you also did amazing. Great job. Thank you so much for sharing. Next up, we'll actually going to switch and have Ms. Sarah Lynch come first, I believe.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
As you know, my name is Sarah Lynch. Before we proceed, I just want to say I do not get permission to disseminate my information. I've written a letter this morning, and I'd like to read it to you all because I believe it's something that we could all sign on in support of students. And as you know, there have been ongoing issues in the various schools of USD 500, and I think it could afford cooperation amongst all of us. So if you will. To the students, parents, families, educators, and community members of our USD 500, we want you to know something clearly. We see you, we hear you, and we believe your voices matter. To the students who have spoken up about fear, violence, stress, uncertainty, or feeling unheard, thank you for your courage. And to the parents who continue sending your children to school while carrying worry and unanswered questions, we see your pain and your frustration. To the parents who had to see their child in a body bag, our hearts go out to you, and you have our deepest condolences. You didn't send your kid to school to come home in that bag. And while our leaders of this district deal in the way that they deal, let's plan a community-wide memorial for your children because they matter. All the children of the school district matter. And to the teachers and staff trying every day to support our students while navigating difficult conditions, we recognize your efforts and your commitment. And to every community member who has stepped forward, shared experiences, preserved records, attended meetings, tried to organize, signed petitions, or simply refused to say silent, thank you. Real change only begins when people are brave enough to speak the truth out loud. This movement is not against students, but for the students.
60 seconds.
Thank you. It is for every child in USD 500 struggling academically, facing violence or instability, who feel overlooked, who are living in poverty or not, immigrant students and families, multilingual students, students with disabilities and special needs, and every child who deserves safety, dignity, support, opportunity, and respect.
30 seconds.
No family should ever be shamed for struggling, and poverty should never be treated like a moral failure. Schools are supposed to uplift children, nurture children, and help students rise beyond barriers and not make those barriers heavier. And every student deserves to feel safe, respected, supported, protected, and valued. To every student that's listening to this, you are worthy, your life matters, and your achievements mean something. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we'll invite Ms. Louise Lynch to the podium. And Ms. Lynch, if you would like the handheld mic, we can make that available for you as well.
Thank you for giving me the mic, because all the times I've come to speak, not once has this option been offered to me, as I had to hide my body behind this podium. So I thank you for accommodating at least one time out of this school year for that option. So good morning to everyone. I also want to just remark before I get started, I too do not wish for you to disseminate my personal information. I do not give anyone in this administration that right. The general blurb that's given is not a formal consent for anyone to be obligated to do that. So I just want to get that out of the way. There are many things that I wanted to talk about today, and I've rewritten and rewritten and rewritten, and I don't go by script. So here's what I am going to say. I'm here because we have children dying in this community. Physically dying, emotionally dying, and academically, many already dead. The adults here have been charged to protect these children. You all failed. With grades 71% below reading in the 4th grade, you failed them before they even get out of the gate. We've heard many excuses, no longer acceptable. Nobody sends their child to school to get put in an emergency room, but to get educated. Nobody sends their child to get beat up. Nobody sends their child to come home dead or find their child having committed suicide because of the bullying. The violence in this district is horrendous. The academics is deplorable. The salaries are beyond belief. You all talked about this past weekend that the event was successful. For who? Who was it successful for?
60 seconds.
People with ADA couldn't get in. We were blocked. Couldn't have a parking space. Doors were locked. And then we had a board member disrespectfully attack community. Why it was allowed by this board and the administration. We have a petition. We are organizing. We are growing in strength. We are demanding a forensic audit be done. We are demanding, and be done now. There are too many conflicts of interest. There are too many other issues, the education, the violence, the pay-per-plays that are going on with dollars. We have salaries above $342,000 as paid to our superintendent. And these kids are falling further and further behind. You called it community unity. That's not unity. When you disrespect the community in their face, that's not unity. We are tired. We see the problems. We hear everyone. There are too many nonprofit organizations and those who claim to be nonprofit profiting from our tax dollars.
We're at time.
No more. So with 3 demands: 1, we want the forensic audit. 2, we would like the administrator and the HR director put on administrative leave until it is finished. 3, we do not want anyone
Ms. Lynch, we're at time.
destroying evidence,
Lynch,
any
we're at time.
communications. I understand. I'm going to finish my sentence and then I will go. This is very important for our entire community.
Ms. Lynch, we're
And so-
over time.
So I would like you to grant me another minute and a half.
I cannot make that
Can
decision
you ask the
alone.
board if they can do that?
Ms. Lynch, we're at time. I'm sorry.
I understand, but can you ask the board if they can allow me that?
Ms. Lynch, we're over time. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank
So everyone, you can email me at give737@gmail.com. We are going to take back our district
Ms. Lynch,
and
we're
make
over
it
time.
profitable.
Ms.
Thank
Lynch,
you.
Thank you. Thank you to all who have given comment. As a reminder, a member of our leadership team will reach out to you to follow up, and if there are any action items, and then will be reported back to the board with anything that came out of those conversations. Again, thank you for those that signed up to speak today. All are welcome to come and speak. Just reach out to our board clerk to sign up for that. We're going to continue with our agenda board. We are under board item action, agenda item 4. Board, today we have with us members of our leadership team from our different buildings, and board, we've had access to the building needs assessments, and hopefully, I know there's a lot of them, and there's a lot of information within those. So today, the purpose of today, as we've done in years past, is to give us an opportunity to be able to ask specific questions that we might have of those levels, whether it's elementary, secondary, high school. Ask those principals or EDs that are coming to present. They're going to give a high-level overview of the needs assessments as a collective, and then we'll open the floor for the board to ask questions specifically of any building or of the principals that are here. We're going to try to keep a time limit for each level just so that we can get through all of the levels today, and then we'll allow for additional time afterwards just to make sure that all the principals that are here that are presenting have time to present to the board, and then we'll give time for the board after that if there are still additional questions. I know there's a lot of information, so I'm anticipating that there will be several questions, and we'll try to get through as much or all of them today as we can. So anything else, Dr. Stubblefield, that I need to share about this?
No, just some points of clarification and additional context. Given the time of the year, all of the levels have representatives here. A lot of the principals had conflict, so we'll plan differently next year to try to put it on a day when the principals are here for a meeting. The questions that were received yesterday, some of the principals have started to respond back to those questions. We'll share out all of the questions and the responses to the board as we collect it over the next few days, hopefully by the end of this week or early next week. And then I think Mr. Hansford is going to just start with an overview, and then the principals will come forward and share an overview, and then for each level offer space for questions. If the representatives or the EDs of schools cannot answer it, we'll capture those questions and give them back directly to those principals.
Thank you. And Mr. Lopez, just
Yes, Dr. Nguyen.
a comment, and I'll apologize to bugging Ms. Downing, but there were some glitches with that Google form, and it's a great way to get the organized questions in one area, but we've got to work out the glitches before, because it wasn't user-friendly, and I had to interfere with her Mother's Day, so.
Yeah, thank you for that.
It's not working.
And if there are specific pieces that you can make sure, hopefully you've already shared those with Ms. Downing so that we can fix those glitches and moving forward that we make sure we don't have those. But thanks for letting us know and apologies for
The
those.
easiest is that if, here's a question for technology. If we have a Google form, do we always have to have access permitted? We have had Google forms and surveys where you could just go on in and fill out.
Yeah, we can clean it up. With some of the security breaches across the country from Canvas and those sorts, our security levels have been increased. So we'll just make sure whatever we do that it can be the most simplified.
Just a notification.
Yes,
Just,
yes.
Here it is, you must request access, knowing that don't wait till 2 days before it's due and then have to struggle
Yes.
with a holiday to bug
Yes.
requesting.
No,
So,
we receive the feedback and we'll make the
okay,
adjustments.
thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nguyen. Good morning, Mr. Hansford.
Good morning, Board. Just to begin, I have Dr. Stubblefield, as we were talking through some of the board agenda items, asked me to start working on a way to sort of help the board see how all of the various programs and resources, how they fit together. Now, I will tell you, I will share this with you. Now, Notebook LM is how I've put it together using a narrative, but it is still missing some pieces, but I think that it can be helpful, and so I just wanted to, I don't know if we could put that graphic up, so I guess there we go. So this is sort of, so this is the beginning of the graphic, and as I said, there are some missing things, but to really show how that our learning journey sort of starts with the Kansas state standards who determine what it is that we're going to teach, and then we articulate those through our guaranteed viable curriculum. We use instructional models like SIOP within the classroom, and then it sort of weaves itself through our various academic resources where we address the academic skills outlined in the Kansas State Standards. Also showing those digital learning platforms, things like Infinite Campus and Canvas, where we use to both track information and then to also deliver some of that content. And then it also, if you'll notice the yellow portion of the road, it goes back into where we're teaching the social skills and social behaviors using things like conscious discipline, restorative practices, and the second step. AVID folds in there as we start to help students practice some of those academic behaviors they need to develop to be successful over the course of time. And then we hope ending at the portrait of a graduate. And so I will share this one with you, but we're still working to work out the narrative so it gets everything in there. While Notebook LM is limited, it's better than my graphic design abilities. And so we'll keep working in there, but it was just a first attempt to sort of give you an idea of how all of those things lay out together from start to finish. Since you happen to see them in single approval status, so to see how they connect, and we'll continue to work on that. And if you have any feedback as you look at this and we share that with you, I'd love to hear it, and I'll try to get it to feed into here, and we'll work on a good
Well, I'll
graphic
give
for you.
feedback right now. Could you add a glossary that has then a link to
There is a narrative that goes along with this as well that
Well,
will,
depending on the limitations of this platform.
Yes.
Add a glossary of all the software we have, all the programs, and so that then there is a link to further discussion and actually usage.
yes. And there will be, so there's a narrative that's attached to this, that's how it's sort of generating this, which I will attach along with this that says this is the resource for this, and so that is, I do have that narrative as well, which
Okay.
I'll share with you as well. And
But
so
if you ever
with,
see any limitations, then add another document.
Will do,
that-
yes.
Otherwise, we'll ask you a question.
for sure, for sure. All right, so I won't take any more of your time if there's no questions, but I will get this to you, and like I said, we would appreciate some feedback so that the board has that clarity as you see these things coming in bits and pieces, to be able to put them together in a way. So I won't take any more of the time.
What's your
and I'll
timeline of
turn it
providing
over to
this
the
for
principals.
us?
I just keep feeding it into Notebook LM with new, and so I'll share with you as I get new, but I will share the narrative with you, which is pretty complete, I think. The narrative with you, I can share that with you as early as today.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Hansford.
You bet.
All right, Kevin.
Okay, so we'll invite the first group. I'm not sure who's going first.
I'm not sure. Is it high school or elementary? High school?
All right, let's start with high school. Mr. Malone.
Hey, high school.
I'm wearing my Sumner blue for Sumner today.
And the high school principals all are at graduation rehearsal. Sumner had rehearsal yesterday, and I think someone else. So Mr. Malone is representing them. So, Mr. Malone.
Yeah. Again, good morning, Board President
morning.
Lopez, Vice
morning.
President Brownlee Page, Dr.
Morning.
Stubblefield, and Board. Rick Malone, the principal at Sumner Academy, as you stated. I think the overview, I've worked on the questions I received yesterday for my specific needs assessment, so if you have specific questions, we can discuss that. That was kind of my focus this morning, to be prepared for that, but I know Sumner is a little unique compared to the other traditional high schools in our district, but one thing that I think all of our my high school partners would agree on is really appreciate the dedication to our high-quality instructional materials. I think that's making a positive impact in our CAP scores that allows a more robust, comprehensive instructional resource for our teachers to be able to implement those things in connection with our district's participation in our AVID. That provides a nice common framework, a common language, again, for our teachers. Our CAP scores actually just came out this week. I just pulled them yesterday. We've made some significant gains from last year. As you know, last year they made a cut score change, so there was some gains last year from the previous year, but the benchmark changed on those a little bit from the state, but preliminary reports show some significant gains. And of course, I can attribute that, at least at my school, is probably going to be our connection to those high-quality instructional materials. Additionally, supporting our social emotional health to our social workers in that department, helping support the trauma that our students come with us, to be able to support those students, to help navigate what school looks like despite the environment they're in, and continue to provide support. I think in our building needs assessment, the summarization, we talked a lot about continuing to focus on staff salaries and staffing. We know that as we can continue to attract high-quality staff here in Kansas City, Kansas, to our schools, that's going to be meaningful for our students, as well as hopefully lowering class sizes to ensure we have really good feedback and completing a feedback cycle with our students. We know we have to be very creative in the classroom. School doesn't look like it did maybe 20, 30 years ago. How we're continuing to adapt using stations, differentiation within the classroom, so providing lots of training for our staff. I might have missed a few things, but happy to answer any questions that you might have, or anything I can talk specifically about. Or if you want to talk specifically around the questions posed in my needs assessment as well, happy to do so.
Great, thank you, Mr. Malone. Would open up the floor to the board for questions for Mr. Malone, whether it's at the high school level or specific to Sumner since he's here. Dr.
I
Stubblefield?
just want to offer a point of clarification. The principals and administration have the preliminary CAP scores. They're not finalized until late summer, early fall, so you won't get the actual CAP scores for this year until the start of the school year. But they do see the preliminary ones early on. There are some things that the state have to do on the backside. So if you're going to ask specifics about that, I do not want you sharing like numbers because they're not official. I was just sharing that part.
Thank you.
My apologies.
No, you're good. No, you're good to say that you
Yeah,
looked
yeah,
at them. I just didn't want like specific percentages shared
Yeah.
publicly because they might shift. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Brownlee Page.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't know are you speaking for all the high school people?
That is my goal, but I know, unfortunately, Sumner is such a unique model that I'm going to try to speak for all the high schools. What I did share about some of the general things around staff retention, that was pretty conclusive for all the all the high school principals.
Well,
Yeah.
here's my question.
Yeah.
You put on yours for tutoring, you do it during school and after.
Yeah.
And I know everyone was consistent about saying that they wanted to increase, make sure that we had the ones and twos went up by 3.1%. Now, what kind of threw me a curve, if we're going to do that, a lot of people said, and you didn't say that, about having summer school. And the way we ran summer school last year, it was limited. It really wasn't open to everyone, but for those who were really struggling.
And if we have 50% in that 1 and 2 category, you got to open, to me, just my opinion, I know funding is an issue. You really got to open it up to everybody. And then, do you have any other suggestions on how you would provide tutoring? You said during the day and after school. So I'm assuming when I retired, they were doing more pullouts during the day. Is that what you're doing, or is that what they're doing at some of the other schools? Because a lot really just said summer school, and then there were a couple other high schools that said Monday and Tuesday we tutor. But it seems like we're going to have to offer more tutoring than what we presently do. And then there's the issue of transportation. If they stay, how do they get home?
Yeah. No, you brought up some good points. I know in our other schools, they have the Avid elective. They do have tutors through that Avid elective as well to help with some of that. We also, I know all of our high schools leverage our family advocacy time to include some of that academic support time in there as well. Sometimes at Sumner, that's a time where FA, we do a lot of activity. So sometimes it's when we have our student showcase as well, so managing time. After school used to be, I think I would speak for all of our high schools, we used to have an activity bus after school pre-COVID.
Yes.
That didn't come back after COVID. That was a nice option to allow some nice tutoring with that transportation on the way home. Right now, tutoring can be limited after school unless we have a program in that's helping supervise the kids, because we still have our athletic bus that comes much later. Or if they have their own transportation and can stay with the teachers. But I think increasing opportunities for tutoring, especially maybe opportunities for transportation and late bus is good. I think also, to go back to our high quality instructional materials, a lot of that stuff provides a lot of that tier 2 support within the classroom, which is also a goal for our teachers to take care of a lot of those supports within. Because we know tutoring is nice. Tutoring sometimes is an opportunity to have a safe space to do the work, but the most meaningful feedback for our students is going to be in the classroom from the classroom teacher as well. So it's a both and. I think there's lots of opportunities, but summer school, of course, at the high school level is going to a lot be for credit recovery to ensure graduation. I think you bring up a good point of opening it up to providing support for those that maybe aren't completely credit deficient, but looking to raise their academic attainment through summer school. But there's always limits to the number of students that we can serve over the summer, for sure.
And then my second question, I'll stop because I know there's going to be but it's in regard to parents and communication. You know, I'm over academic committee, and the parents that are coming, they insist that they're not being informed. Now, I'm not saying they're wrong, I'm not saying you're wrong, but we're getting conflicting things. So how do we better communicate? And I looked at a lot of the things that were listed, and maybe I'm a dinosaur. I know people don't like when I say that, but I like the old-fashioned way. Do we still call them on the phone? Do we, I didn't see a lot of that.
Yeah.
Because and it's a different time, because people are working more hours, they're doing things. We just got to figure out, how do we communicate?
Yeah.
And some of what we're doing, I don't know if it's working. And then I think we're smart enough. We got smart people out here that I think we're creative enough that we're going to have to do a little bit more if we really want to increase and make sure we move our kids from 1 and 2 to 3s and 4s.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, we use Bright Arrow, as a school system to really, in parent newsletters as well, as Ms. Chapman is saying, I think one of the things that I've seen from my parents, it's just my personal, is understanding the way grade books can look for a parent. So parents trying to understand, well, my student might have this missing score, this 0, but even providing parents some of that training. We try to do that at Sumner Academy during our FA times, and I know the other principals do as well, when we bring them in to try to understand what the grade book looks like. How can we interpret that grade, or what does it mean when it's a test compared to a homework, and the different weights and the different point base and how that will affect the grade. But I do think we probably, in today's age, have an over-reliance on email as well as our Infinite Campus and our parent portal, kind of logging into that, that maybe, we got to consider if that is.
I noticed everybody was pretty consistent about saying that KU did the research.
Yeah.
And we heard that from elementary on up, that the research says that we're sending too much communication, and there has to be, Because I think we all go through that. You get text, you get email, and you got to figure it out. But I hate it when I hear parents say, I didn't know. You know, what are you talking about? And things have changed. And I like the fact that you said you're teaching them how. And maybe we need a one-on-one, how to communicate with your school and interpret the information that you're getting.
Yeah.
That we almost need an academy. I don't know if they'll come, but at least you offer and you try. And you said that you all were doing that as well as some others. But we got to figure that out.
Yeah, and I know that's an expectation for all of our schools during FA to really provide some of that guidance. But, you know, I think you bring up a good point. If that's still an area of concern, that's an area that we'll continue to work on for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Brantley Page. Ms. Penhicks?
I
Thought I
can
saw
go
your,
next.
well, I thought I saw your hand up, that's why.
You did. So, for me, being first time, and thank you for the presentation. I really wanted to get a better understanding of the high school's needs. And the opportunity for that presented particularly in question number 4, which was about education capacities. And across the board, they all agreed that they were providing those capacities, but there was no narrative to express how those capacities were being reached. What were the inputs into that particular aspect of it? So it was kind of hard for me to get to know you if you don't share information a little bit more deeply and create those narratives for us to understand exactly what are you doing, what your inputs are. I would like to see that. And then the other thing I noticed was that there was a lot of copy and paste, and you know, the information was very similar. Again, it may just be meeting the state board education guidelines for that particular information. But again, there's no breakout to find out just exactly what input you're using in your school that you're finding success with, okay? Sumner is unique, but we have, 4 other high schools and the alternatives, and I would like to get more information. So for the next time, I was just going to make that request, and more demographic information as well, so we can know how the individual groups are shaping up with that.
Yeah.
And I thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hicks, Ms. Penhicks.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I do appreciate you standing in the gap for all the administrators. I know that you mentioned, and I saw that it was mentioned on several, about our student social emotional needs, and it is imperative that we meet those needs. But in your report, you said that you do that on Mondays. Can you tell us how that happens on Mondays, and is that connected, tied directly to your social workers and counselors? Just explain
Yes,
that.
yeah, you bet. And if I mentioned Monday, I meant Friday. So,
Okay.
but
Said Monday.
on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, our social workers meet with our counselors for a morning huddle every morning, and that's just a 10-minute quick meeting to make sure there's no immediate emergency. So that might be a student safety issue from the night before, or something that's perpetuated that needs to be handled in the moment. It's a standing meeting purposefully, but Friday is when, and I know every school has, different time, but when our behavioral health team meets, that is driven by our counselors, social workers, and admin, as well as our nursing staff, and our FACES joins a part of that too. That's where restorative justice coordinator in a building as well. And that's where we talk a lot around the social emotional needs of students, as well as attendance, all the wraparound services that our students need. So particularly at Sumner, we have a running list of students of concerns. That's where we talk about if we have outside providers like PACES coming in, where are they going to meet, make sure we have a time schedule for that, if there's a conflict based on instructional times. But I would say that is the most important meeting once a week, and I'm pretty sure that time frame is going to be consistent in our other schools, to make sure at least we are trying to meet students' needs and take a look at any issues. Now, one thing, we used to have a little better data around social emotional needs. We have the My Sabers and the Sabers through our FastBridge assessment suites. Unfortunately, they have to opt in. So since the opt-in change, our numbers of students participating in that are much lower. Now, it still gives us a good indicator, but we understand that that's a small portion of students that are opting in. We still utilize that data as really immediate need concerns, as well as at Sumner, and I know most schools would follow something similar. We have a Google form that we use that's a submission process. If there's anything that doesn't get caught up based on an academic need. Actually, our competitive speech team was here. There was a need a couple weeks ago that came after hours, right? So the coaches know they have a process that they can submit that. So then in that morning huddle, it's being addressed. And then the Help Me app, thank you, Ms. Chapman, and the bullying button as well. So we have, I think what we've done a pretty good job of as a district is we have multiple ways for students that have concerns, whether it's reporting through our staff, and then after hours, students can report. We have students to help report on situations from other students as well, so lots of avenues to try to get immediate notifications so then we can be in a response mode as well.
Oh, I love all those answers, and I really love that it's prescriptive for each student and not just a blanket.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And then all the social workers and counselors, we went to training a couple of weeks ago around kind of a new structure that's going to help manage some of the process. So both on the identification as well as a step-by-step process. So if you have specific to threat or suicide, more individualized and gives some steps to make sure that we are making sure we're filling in all the gaps and nothing's missed.
Thank you.
Just a point of clarification, when Mr. Malone shared that students have to now opt in, for those who are wondering why that happened, that was a change in the law. That was not something that the district moved to. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. So across the state of Kansas, it changed the opting in, not just opting out. So that's why the numbers have decreased across the state. It was a change in the law a couple of years ago.
Ms. Clark.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is not necessarily a question because I don't want to put you on the spot. It may just be a statement. But as I think about like our policies and the things that we are working through, I often wonder if there anything that you think like you're limited in certain ways and think if the board were to make this change, it would really, really help us. And just making sure that's being communicated back maybe through your principal meetings or anything like that. Because if we don't know, we don't know. Right. And I think we're very open to making sure we have the right policies in place to make you effective, or make us effective. And so that would be my comment back today. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, I appreciate that so much.
So I have maybe probably more of a statement and maybe a question, Mr. Malone. Dr. Chapman, thank you for coming up. I think, one, I appreciate you bringing up and I didn't send these beforehand, so I apologize for not submitting these to you ahead of time. But I just wanted to dig in. You mentioned transportation. Ms. Brownlee Page mentioned transportation, that after-school bus that limits some students who don't have their own transportation. And I know funding is limited at the district level, and as we prepare for any potential further cuts from the state, I think that's just something for us to continue to consider. But I appreciate that we have that consistently have that on our radar as a challenge and limitation for some students, and an opportunity for maybe to think creatively on how we might be able to address that. Not that you need to answer that necessarily now, but I think just how we continue to think about supporting kids. That's not just at Sumner, but all across the high schools, because that's something I hear often is, we wish we could do this program, but I can't stay after, or we don't have that early, late bus, and we'd have to stay until 5:30 until that activity bus comes. So I appreciate you bringing that up, and Ms. Page asking that question, because I think it's something for us as a board, as we go through our budgeting and as we think about our priorities and as we find opportunities, where can we help support the school level with some of that and thinking creatively around that. Second, I wanted to remind us, and Dr. Stubblefield has done this well several times in like the community cafes and world cafes that we've done. Mr. Malone, I know you said Sumner is a little different, and Sumner is a little different. And Sumner students are our students, right? They, for the most part, have gone through our elementary schools, our middle schools, so they are KCKPS, KCK community students, right? And so I just want to remind us that, like, all of the students, even if they don't go to Sumner, because not everyone has that opportunity, and we do have limitations, right, that they all are all of our students, right, that matriculate throughout the entire elementary and middle school program. So while, yes, Sumner has a little bit different programming and or, the IB program and some unique opportunities, the students that attend Sumner are KCKPS students, and not all of them attend Sumner, and they're going to the other high schools where they're also exceeding and excelling and being successful. So I think that's just a reminder for us, I think, just to remember that there are kids. They're not special kids that we're shipping in from somewhere else. Sure, maybe a couple come in every year from out of the district, but they're KCKPS kids who are doing great things. So just remembering that, and I think that's something that this board has talked about at the high school level, that consistency. How are we doing things consistently across all high schools? And Sumner's no different, right, in terms of how we hold ourselves accountable, how we hold our staff accountable, how we hold our scholars accountable to being excellent students. And that shouldn't be any different whether you go to Washington, Wyandotte, Schlegel, Fairfax, or Sumner. We should have those same expectations of our staff and our students, and I think that's what makes all of our high schools and kiddos unique and special, is that we should be holding them to that standard. So I appreciate that Sumner does have some uniqueness to it, graduate of Sumner, so I get that. And they're all our kids, and we should expect excellence from all of them, regardless of what high school they go to. So thank you.
And thank you, and I would, a good opportunity to just shout out district on providing a lot of opportunities for all high schools, principals to collaborate together in a lot of meetings. So we have a good group of high school principals, and we're really able to collaborate around those. And secondary, I better not leave out anything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Lopez.
Yes, Ms. Brownlee Page, sorry.
Ms. Chapman is here. Just wanted to ask her some questions. You were saying in your report, in terms of needs, language, large enrollment, and I know you've been battling that for a while, and I commend you for your effort, because I know it's not easy.
right.
When you have about 1,000, and then you look at the others, they may be anywhere from 400 to 500 or 600.
Right.
And the different groups that you have to deal with. How can we help you help your students?
I think what's important is that the needs assessment, the HQIM, which is a high-quality instructional material, and things that we have in place must be taught with fidelity. We need to continue to align everything that we say and do towards the kids, and I think that's what's making a difference. And I think that was what will continue to make the difference. I think the other thing is not making excuses. We have what we have. I think the ESL department, Jackie just presented some things to us to help us with the translation. So kids are no longer confused in their native language, and we are able to articulate in English, and then they'll get it in their native language. So that hasn't come forth just yet, but it should be on board for next year, I believe. And so I think by having that, we have Amplify, which will go on board fully next year. We have Open SIAD, we have Math, iReady, and using all the tools that are embedded within those pieces will make a difference, and that's what we're training our teachers to do. The key is that we all have to get in and roll our sleeves up and do the work. No person can sit beside themselves and be satisfied with where we are, whether it's a state assessment or a district assessment or a common assessment that a teacher is giving. So I think that's the key, is just trying to find people the right people on the bus, and ensuring that all students are having the same quality instruction delivered to them at the same rate and not using their language as a barrier. And I think that's what we're learning over time. That's why you have PSYOP, that's why you have AVID. Those pieces are consistent in our system. By having HQIMs, that is consistent in our system, and I'm hoping that you all will see the change. Not just the community, but the students will also feel the change and understand their data and have the ability to move forward no matter which high school they attend. And that's where I press on my students. You don't have to go to Sumner. You have to go somewhere, but you have to also excel in that process, and that's what we're trying to offer.
And thank you for that, because I wanted to mention it earlier. Myself and Dr. Wynn are in the House of Representatives, and they beat us daily with, you got all these programs, you're spending all this money, and the end result And this doesn't mean that people aren't trying. So as you said, we know what our problems are, but still we have to work hard and do everything humanly possible that we can do to help these kids. And they feel like we're giving excuses, but we do have more to deal with than most. And we got to make it work. Wherever they're at, got to meet them where they're at and work up. And please keep saying that. And this is not to say that people aren't doing that, but we got a lot of work to do. Because if we're really going to meet that, bring them up 3.1%, we got to do more than what we're doing. And it's not going to be easy. No one said it would. And I know you're not getting the money you deserve, but it's what we got, and we got to make it work.
It's just consistency around the systems that have been placed in our system. And as an administrator, it's your job to sit in a PLC. It's your job to lead through those 4 critical questions. It's your job to ensure that when you walk into the classrooms, the thing that you've talked about in the PLC is happening in the classroom, and then it's translating into all the observations and things like that. And also, it's those conversations with parents. It is a matter of picking up the phone and having that conversation with a parent, and then bringing the parent in and helping them to understand what is actually occurring in your child's educational process. So it does go back to some old school things, but also developing relationships with kids is critical. I think that's one of the biggest pieces. And if you don't know who's in your building, that's a problem. That's what I'm gonna say. I'd make it my mission not to be in my office, and a lot of times people would say, I couldn't find you. I know, because I was working. I don't ever want to be seen as that principal, but I always want to be seen as a KCK student myself. And as a product of this district, you can make it and you can do very well out of this district, and I'm not the only one. So I'm just a testament, I'm a vessel, but I know my purpose for why I'm here, no matter how many kids I'm servicing.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. We have Mr. Mile and then Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Malone, for your presentation, what you're doing. Ms. Chapman, since Ms. Page brought you to the mic, I have a question for you. With your school being the largest in the capacity, attendance-wise, in the district, and I'm glad she asked that question, and how the board can help and assist, and this is for me and others. Is staffing a major, or is it an issue with you to get what you need to get done to enhance and to just to get your product done? How your students in a great way to get them educated and taught and all that. So how can we help? Is it adequate? Let me say that.
I'm a little bit blessed that I've been able to keep the same staff, I think, Lisa, for the last 2 to 3 years we looked at. And so I've had the same people on the bus, and I'm seeing the changes, and I think that's the key. As Shalita has told us, you got to court them to keep them. And that's just day one since HR, Shalita has been talking to us, Dr. Bilbo has been talking to us. How are you courting people? How are you educating them? How are you keeping them abreast on the latest research? And what are you doing to support them? And that's the key. You cannot sit back as an administrator and not pretend like these things are not happening in the classroom. That would be a lie. So you got to acknowledge it first, understand that there's some empathy that needs to happen with the kids, but at the same time, as a kid who was, ACEs was high, trauma was high as well, I cannot make that an excuse for why I cannot perform. And so that's the key of helping people understand. Get past the sympathetic habits and get to the empathy, but get to the teaching that needs to occur so our kids can make progress.
Right. Thank you. Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you,
Mr. Milan.
Ms. Chapman.
Dr. Nguyen.
Appreciate you.
High school, and then I'll come to the middle school. Kind of feeling, leading off of what Ms. Brownlee Page said. And the board has different opinions, and I don't know how you are directed to, the administration is directed to fill out these forms. But the ultimate goal of these forms are to be specific to say what you need so that we can then consider them in the budget process. And so when, kind of what Ms. Penn Hicks said, if you notice my questions, they're more specific. Be specific. Do you have documentation of this? That is a selling point to establish, and here's my quirk coming. We may not need another vehicle, but you need another set of resources for academic performance or trauma. So my generic question, I think Ms. Walker usually answers it. What column was pre-populated? The first column or the second column?
The first column.
First column, okay. Okay, so we had that conversation last year. So we know now, Ms. Hicks, why there is just the similar answer in them. Okay, so, but from that, if you remember my questions, is like, okay, so, and this is for most of, actually middle school and high school. How many foster care students do we have?
So I tried to look at that information. I actually asked my registrar, and I know at Sumner it's very limited. And for a lot of privacy, I'd have to dig a little bit further for that, but I think the same for, yeah. But typically, I think the follow-up question would be what support specific to foster students, right?
What support, what support do you provide? And then are there issues that you haven't been successful that we need to know about, that maybe we can provide the resources that you can provide the support?
At least in my personal experience, we haven't had anything that doesn't get provided just in our general support for general population students, you know what I mean? Obviously, temporary housing or transportation, those things usually are supported specifically within the agency. Now, I wish I could remember a name, but we had a company, a Wyandotte County local nonprofit that works specifically with foster care kids, specifically if they're living with grandparents, to help grandparents, which they consider as kind of foster, but and I know that's a wide range of defining that, but providing support for grandparents just because almost like Ms. Brownlee-Page, you were saying, the technology is a lot different now. How do we help grandparents that might not be within as comfortable with some of the new tech devices or, you know.
Okay, so you guys can do tandem. You've got the same question on the middle school.
I was just going to say, most of it comes from our social work department, because those social workers typically know who those students are, and they don't say, you're a foster student, you're this, you're that. They typically let us know what the plan is in motion. If there's a plan, if there's an IEP, the IEP is expected to be followed at the highest level. If they are MLL and they have an ILP, which is an individual plan of study, or individual learning plan for their language, those things are incorporated, but then there also may be additional information that we may not be privy to. And the social worker would then, at liberty, may say, here's some other things that you need to be aware of. At that point, that's what drives, that data drives your next step of support that you might provide to that student.
Okay, so over the past year, here we are at the end of the year, are there issues or topics that you were not able to address that would provide us with a additional social worker? Or I don't know the solutions, but your people know the solutions. You're representing the middle schools, you're representing the high schools. Did you have this conversation before you filled this out, or did you just
We usually go through it with the building leadership team, which includes a social worker, which includes different people that represents the entire building, so that makes you aware of what's going on on the campus, so that you have all those different aspects before you feel that.
Okay, so there's no issues with
Not to my
foster care
knowledge.
this year?
Not as
And
that I know.
I can add some general context from the district perspective and the state perspective. A lot of times their privacy is protected, and sometimes they know because the student may disclose it or others, but sometimes they have no idea, and that is for the protection of those students. The Student Services Department, the McKinney-Vento, and then we have specific individuals for students who may be living independently and not with adults. They go out, they meet with those students, they support those students, they make sure that they have financial support for those extra things like prom, homecoming, athletics and activities. They also make sure that they have the tutoring and the structuring of the support. But most of that comes from looking at all of our students. All of our middle and high school students have individualized plans of studies. Some of them have other things, but there may there's a lot of district support that may be coming, but they're not necessarily saying to the principals, here's this group of foster care students, but they're making sure that those things are connected to those students based off of what they need and what whomever their advocates or others may be sharing. Some people absolutely know who they are, some don't. Even if you looked on the Kansas State Department of Education, it's very difficult to find the total number like in a district or in a state, and a lot of it is for those students' protection. We probably do, I can probably get the total number, but we typically don't identify the number at the school and that, because sometimes it could create information
Right,
for
we
their
all understand
identification.
privacy for all students, I understand
Right,
that. So thank you for the explanation for the public.
Right.
We all understand that. But again, if there were, could, as you say, we're covering all our bases. So there's no resources needed.
Yeah, but one thing that's nice also with foster students that help is the state provides an educational advocate with the students. So in
Yeah.
both the cases that I'm remembering that this year, there's another staff member from the state coming in as well as our social workers. So they get a pretty good wraparound support. Right now, we've been able, just like Ms. Chapman said, through, if they do have an IEP or anything like that, it's usually just within the same supports we would offer all kids, really support our foster
Right,
kids.
but I think you said about relationships. In those relationship situations, they would know. And
Right.
also the interaction with the independent students. So it's good to know that, hey, we cover those bases. I think we asked before, ma'am, you came up, did you want to add something?
Just in the notes, that the principal started to fill out the forms, one principal did note, and this is for the majority, that a lot of students in our foster care system don't stay in our schools very long. So it's mentioned, one of the principals said that they are transient, and so we don't have them in our system very long, and they going from school to school, that the information does travel, but we don't have them particularly a long period of time. So that was noted also in the information that some of the principals submitted.
And it could then lead to other, help, or it could be, again, it goes probably the communication and the relationship. So there could be something that we need to do, but unless somebody tells you, then you tell us, we don't know. Okay, thank you. I think I asked before, the Zello data, how do you guys complete it? Do the high schools complete it?
Yeah, it's a real important for the IPS or what the state's looking at for the graduation. I know typically, I actually just ran my numbers this morning, this is the
Okay.
last week.
You
before we
came
get
prepared, didn't you?
I did. And, seniors and our sophomores are the two classes. They got some work to do. But taking a look, there's lots of tasks. So at the bottom, my 8th grade, they're 99% complete for the year already. So
Okay.
they've got everything done. That 8th grade, they're a little more on it a little bit. But there's just lots of components. Right now, I think most schools would say is like sometimes at the end of third quarter, participation may be low, or some of the completion may be low, but our students at least seem to get it by the end of the year. Sometimes that timetable at those measurable quarters look a little different just based on time. We use our FA time. That's also when we do tutoring and student showcases, so it's just about finding that time. But our high school success centers and Diploma Plus personnel utilize that data. If it's going to look at college of interest, that's where we're going to gear our field trips to different colleges or maybe lunch visits by colleges. So that data provides, number one, an experience or the platform provides a nice experience for kids to take a look at college and career exploration, as well as our staff can use that to tailor how we're supporting kids.
Okay, but the real question is, how have you performed in the last 3 years?
High percentage. We're above 95%.
How about your other high schools?
Yeah.
You didn't look at
I
it?
don't want to speak for all the other high schools, but we give out lots of awards for completion of Zello data. I'm pretty sure every high school is well above, by the end of the year, 95% for all tasks. But again, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but I do have my data.
Okay, next time, look at everybody else's data before you come, okay?
Yeah, you're right. My apologies.
All right. You know, a lot of the pre-populated is beautifully written. Give us some examples of your robust learning experiences, some specific examples. Now, again, Sumner's going to be different because you have those projects. But can you speak to some of the other high schools?
I think the biggest things we have, of course, through our CT and Diploma Plus departments with our Career Tech Ed, a lot of robust learning experience is going to come from.
How many of your students,
What's that?
how many of the high school students are enrolled?
In a Career Tech Ed
Yeah.
course, 100% of our students are going to take at least one.
100% of Sumner?
That's going to be across the district. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
how about just high school?
All
don't have the
students
data.
will engage in a Career Tech Ed course. That's part of the path to graduation in KCK.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So through that, what I was going to say through our Career Tech Ed courses, that's where they're going to get a lot of experience, real world experience, service learning.
Example, give us some examples.
Yeah, you might have saw in the news, we had engineering students just go and do an assisted kickball to be more inclusive for field day for elementary schools. I think KCTV5 did a report on it on Friday in KBC9. Our teaching pathway kids, they're in our elementary schools as well as working with Learning Club. So a lot of our career pathways partner with some kind of organization and provide a lot of experiences. I think the robust experiences on the academic side, so the non-career side, really AVID is kind of our framework we're leveraging as a school district to provide some of those experiences. It starts getting kids engaged a little more with the academics. I think our high quality instructional materials have our kids really start to develop a conceptual
Are
understanding.
there any
for a lot of
needs
that
for
content.
resources?
What's that?
Are there any budgetary needs?
No, as long as we continue to fund curriculum and instruction, I think they've done a pretty good job of our
So
high
there's no
quality instruction
additional
materials.
budgetary needs?
Not for when it comes to materials and resources,
Okay.
because you have to, those high-quality instructional materials provide a very robust program. At the high school, we have our Carnegie math learning. That includes an opportunity for like IXL math, something very similar. So it provides a lot of platforms, both for remediation, support, practice, as well as the actual delivery of the content.
Okay.
So.
That's at middle
Yeah.
schools. Any resource needs? Any money
No,
you need?
I believe it's the same thing. We have some of the same materials, but like I said before, many of the platforms offer opportunities to adjust what students are in need of, and those things just need to be taught with fidelity. And then we do use the Zello data to decide which kids go on which field trips. We had Judge Martinez this morning, so some kids who are interested in law will get to hear him speak this morning. So we do use that data and extract that data to give those kids the opportunities that they're looking for. So when they choose a platform, or they choose, not a platform, but they choose a pathway in high school, they're really selecting what they want to do and not what their friend is doing. So we do have those opportunities through Zello as well. And they do have to have a completion rate, and we're over 95. All middle schools have always gotten all the awards every year. And that's one of the things we've thrived on since Dr. Scott has left. Dr. Bilbo has carried that torch and carried it over, and the expectation is still there for us to complete those pieces and utilize that data.
Good deal. Some of your high schools say they have site councils.
They all.
Yes? Do you have site
Yes,
councils?
so that is probably an area that I need to grow on at Sumner. We've had a site council before. We have a PTSA, we have lots of opportunities, but we haven't met this semester. I have a new AP that's really good at community engagement, so she's going to help me lead that work going into next
Do
year.
they keep minutes? Do the parents know when they're meeting?
We have not had one scheduled this semester.
Okay, how about the other high schools?
I cannot speak to that.
So at schools where we do have site councils, you will, in the principal's weekly message that goes out to staff and parents, you would see that information. I can't say for sure that meeting notes are collected. When I see the information on Twitter, I'm reposting to make sure that we can get more traction for families to see. But I can't say that the meetings are documented with minutes at every single site.
Is it your job to distribute that information, or whose job is it?
The school's job, the principal's job to inform the parents, have the meetings. I know that at Schlegel last year, he sent out messages every time and he did not have people show up. This year he does. And so it's a work in progress and different at every single campus.
Okay. And why is that? Why do you think that is the case? And I think you mentioned the word inconsistency for, I think, was it teaching? Ms., you talking about if there's consistency, so why don't we have consistency in different things? What do you think? What
I
suggestions?
think it's
could you-
systematic. If it's systematic, it's intentional, and it's consistent, and we hold people accountable, that's what works. That's how I thrive at my school. Those
Okay.
4 key terms are important to me. When Dr. Bilbo gives us a challenge or a charge, we have to follow through with what her expectation is, and she follows through by checking in on us and seeing if we've completed that. If not, that's a follow-up conversation between the principal and executive director. So trying to get parents engaged, like we just had a success night the other night, and it was to launch into next year already. We had a very low attendance, but we still entertained and still provided those parents with some information for next school year, such as the district calendar, some resources that they need to keep in mind over the summer break that we were offering summer school, and those types of things, and trying to get ahead and not wait and be reactionary in nature.
Okay. So how do you suggest to
You have to
have
continue.
consistency?
I think that it's finding out what works. Every set of parents, they're different. What works with your work schedule? Are we doing opportunities for parents to engage with us during the day, in the evenings, on the weekends? It's finding the sweet spot about what works. A lot of parents, they may not show up in person, but they are heavily communicating on social media, through our district platforms, what they need and what works. I think that our principals have been flexible to meeting the needs of all of our parents and meeting them where they are in terms of communication. You may not be able to attend the site council meetings, but you're heavily engaged because you email the teachers and the principal regularly, because you contribute when you can. And so I think that our principals have to be aware of that and make sure that they're continuing to reach out all of the platforms that they use, not just site councils. A lot of times when you think about, you have to be willing to want to engage with more people, because site council is just not me talking to the principal about my child. It's me talking about all the kids. And depending on where the level of involvement is for parents and what they have in their space, the opportunity is, I just need to be able to talk about my kid in this moment. And so the principals have their doors, they're always open. You can always call, you can always show up. And so principals are going to meet parents where they are in terms of what I need for my child in that moment. And that may not be on the site council or with PTA, and it depends on the level of engagement.
And with respect, how do you know that happens?
Well, I will say that I receive a lot of parent calls, and I talk to parents. I meet parents at the school. I send emails between the parent and the principal. Hey, I'm trying to get assistance here. Can you connect me with someone? So I know that that's happening by the number of interactions that I have with parents, the conversations that I have with principals. When I'm in the school building, the number of parents that I see that attend the after-hour functions and that are there during the day, having parent attendance 101 meetings. We have a lot of parents who will come into the schools for attendance 101 meetings. So the activity may vary, but the engagement and the interaction is there.
Okay.
Can I interrupt? What's attendance 101? We saw that sprinkled out. Nobody really gave a lot of details about it.
So those are meetings, our Student Services Department, the A2A program. They help our schools to combat the truancy and chronic absenteeism that we have. We bring our parents in during the day to talk about, the child are not attending school and not attending classes, and what we can do as a district to support those parents. So all of our schools are having attendance 101 meetings, and those happen during the day. And at a lot of our schools, we see a lot of traction with our parents being there. And so again, it's about what's important to you, the level of engagement when you will attend. So I've been at Wyandotte, and there have been 200 parents there during the day for attendance 101. But I've also been to a PTSA meeting at Wyandotte where there's only been
5 or 6 parents. So it's where and how parents choose to engage.
Penn Hicks.
I've got one more. You know, we hear, like today, we're asked about security. Now, you have one of your high schools that says gated. Speak to a general concern about security at high school and middle school, please. And take whatever path you want to take.
I'm sorry, did you say gated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wyandotte said they were concerned about security.
Okay.
And so,
I didn't hear the question.
So and they can speak, but I do just want to caution around security to not necessarily expose things that need to be talked about in executive session. But you can talk about it broadly.
Yeah.
okay, before you speak, we'll ask legal to phrase it so that you'll know which path to take and which path to avoid. Thank you.
Right. What we don't want to disclose or talk about in open session are specific security measures that are being utilized or being requested, and of which the disclosure would compromise the security measures, if that makes sense. So, for example, we don't want to discuss security plans, but if there's needs or concerns that you can generally discuss, I think that's what the board's looking for. Does that make sense? And if it's clear as mud, then just tell me that.
I just think as a district, we use our standard response protocol. The important thing is to understand that when it comes to security, follow the instructions of the officer or whoever is on duty, and just follow those protocols, as simple as that. Be mindful of what the expectations are in terms of not keeping doors and things like that propped open. So we just try to follow the basic rules that have been in place for a long time, and then just following that standard response protocol and being knowledgeable when the officer says, hey, there's some activity going on in the neighborhood, we need to go on a lockdown. The first thing we do is do what we have to do in terms of locking the school down and notifying Dr. Bilbo and anyone else at the district office in the event something is occurring in our neighborhoods. But that's our basic measures that we have to keep in place.
I got one statement.
Can I jump in there?
Yeah, I don't think I would add anything, except I think we've already emphasized how important security is, so we've done a pretty good job as a district with our police force. We have our standard processes, as well as upgraded equipment like our new Epic Safe system that we've installed with our audio enhancement. Just creating more opportunities to make sure that we can be proactive and very quick on the reaction of those events. So I come
Okay,
with
so
no major
I think this is a
complaints.
safe question.
Yeah.
In an ideal world as we are right now, yeah, right. Could we, is there need for more additional resources devoted for security, whatever that means? It's a yes, no, just yes, no.
Yes, I mean, we
That's
can
all I'm
always
asking.
have additional
Okay.
staffing to help support that work.
All right. Ma'am?
Yes, because every campus is not new. 2020 building. So for Argentine and what it looked like at Central and the different buildings and shapes and the way they're shaped and built is a little different. So the security measures could be different at every campus.
Do you want to add anything? Okay, thank you. That was safe enough, wasn't it?
You're safe.
Good.
Ms. Penn Hicks has been waiting patiently, and then we'll go to Mr. Mylan.
Patiently, yes. I have a question on the summary analysis of all the inputs from all the schools. High schools indicated that they had a 60% of the principals, I should say,
Sorry to wake you up.
had some concerns about student trauma impacting the instructional day. But it was a very high percentage of the middle schools, 85.7%, who addressed that issue as interfering with the ability to reach instructional levels that you would like to, and to get to. I want to know really what interventions do you need? Jan, you've got a lot of agency work. I saw that. You've got a lot of support services and interventions that go into that, how to help our children address their social emotional needs. But if those numbers are that high, that indicates to me that there is some room for growth, some real input that needs to happen. And I would like for you all to speak on that as a high school and a middle school particularly. I see different programming, I see the social workers, all of that. But if that's keeping us from getting to proficiency and causing teachers and other staff to leave our district because of those stresses, I would like to know your input on what we could do to help you.
Well, I think, unfortunately, that's not going away, right? High traumas, we're always going to have
Always
students
had
come
it.
with us, right?
Yes.
And so I think the question rather becomes, how can we continue to support that? We know that social emotional needs of our students is always going to be high, and it's going to be ever changing. I think this is year 7, sitting in the principal's seat. Since COVID, I've seen students have a lot more anxiety, right, than it was pre-COVID. It's a different type of student since that time, and that's only going to shift as things change, I'm sure. So I think to respond, we just have to continue to keep staff updated around professional development of how to interact. I mean, really, some of the roadblocks I think the principals are speaking on is sometimes it can take a big team approach to deregulate, emotionally regulate a student, or to get them back to make sure learning can happen. It takes a lot of resources. Now, we're going to respond to that student every time because we know what that needs. But often when you're hyper-focused on one or a few, then that's where we can have maybe a reduction in some of the success we're having with the rest. So I think it's navigating, because those problems aren't going to go away. We just have to make sure we're getting more and more efficient of how we navigate that, and hopefully be proactive, just like we're doing with our behavioral health teams, to try to meet with kids early before they get deregulated, before it becomes a distraction to others. So I think continue to work with the staff we have, and then professional development around the ever-changing lives of students that we have. But
Well, may I ask you one thing about
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Because it was expressed to me that you can have 100 students who are having those social emotional issues in the school, and it affects the other 1,100, for example, who are not being able to get the instruction they need because we have this cohort that has more needs, okay? Do we have in place an effort to deal with like the tier 3 students that need more comprehensive intervention? How do we separate them out to help them specifically learn how to emotionally regulate? And then at the other levels, tier 1 and tier 2, how do we support them so that they're not impacted as much by the need to pull all the resources to helping young people regulate?
Yeah, so I think for tier 3, that support's there, typically in separate classes. It's been a while since I've been experienced with classes like that. But it is more those 2-tier supports, right, that happen generally, that 9 out of 10 times the students do them pretty good in general population, but when they're deregulated, then it can become a distraction. So I think it's really focusing on kind of those tier 2 students usually, and there's a lot of opportunities in secondary, especially as you get to high school, where then there becomes a lot more choices in courses that kids could take. So then you start to be able to separate from those that might be performing more academically, or those that might need additional academic support, that we can tailor courses to better fit the needs. But I might see if Ms. Chapman has anything to add about tier 3 support.
Well, middle school deals with a wonky age, adolescence by itself. You see them from when they are very small to when they grow up, and the makeup or whatever else is getting ready to start occurring. So it's a little bit of a wacky age, but it's also an age where you have to do your research and understand who's in your building and who are the kids. I think it's about acceptance and teaching them to, I would say Sumner's like a melting pot. My daughter went there. I feel like everybody who goes to Sumner is accepted. If we can teach our students to have more empathy for each other and stop name calling and shouting things out of that nature, where we can control the environment a little bit more and reteach them behaviors, which is what our code of conduct calls for, restorative circles, things like that, having those restorative conversations. Because what I often say to students is, I can disrespect you on the cell phone, but I don't see your feelings in person. And so a lot of times kids don't understand, if I call Yolanda out of her name on the platform and I've done all these things, I'm not seeing the hurt that I cause. And so teaching kids to have conflict resolution is really honestly what we need. We don't have enough time to do it every day, but we try to help people understand, when you bully a child, these are the things that you're saying and doing. If I have to sit across from you and I have to hear Ms. Page say to me, you know, you made me feel like this, that's different from talking through a cell phone. So cell phone a lot of times mask a lot of the things that are actually occurring with our students. So I think just continuation around the panorama lessons, restorative circles, and things like that that we have would be wonderful. We really need more of that.
Thank you.
I have one more
Mr. Milan, okay, just one second. Mr. Milan had a question.
I want to circle back a little bit to what's been said. A few moments ago, President Lopez mentioned the importance of involving and the importance of all students, holistically in the district. But I want to say this, and we realize in the community, amen, that, Sumner's here, okay, on a scale of 1 to 10, it's 9.5, whatever. 10, thank you. Okay, that you said is perfect, okay. I know it, but let me say this, as has been mentioned, as all of these are our students, and I want to make sure, and I'm saying this from, what we hear and what I hear, that to make sure that the energy, the effort, the engagement, the interest, the communication be consistent over the board and not necessarily place all the interest on Sumner or a certain school. When you speak about counselors here and that the importance is widespread, and it goes to all the students, because that student at Washington, and I know it might be a broken record, in Harmon, Wyandotte, they're just as important, and they need might need the consistent effort and the energy involved in them, although they might not be in Sumner. But it goes to about, Ms. Page said a while ago, communication. We've got to try, and I say we've got to try to make sure all the communication that we need to emphasize be tried and looked at. We talk about emails, cell phones, and all that, getting information in students' hand to take home to the parents, and collectively continue to. It's difficult, but I feel it needs to be done to make sure that same interest, that no child, they say, to get left behind. So, just the same interest for all students will make it just that more better. That's my take on that. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Milan. Agree. Dr. Nguyen.
And this is from the needs assessments. And I don't know if you can answer or not, but three-part question. There were requests for 3:30, 4 o'clock bus. For some said 35 staff, some said 25 staff. You've seen you've seen all of the high school, middle school requests, right? Right?
No, we have seen a consolidation, not the
individual.
Okay. Well, raw data does tell you everything. I guess we had the raw data. Nevertheless, and then there's requests for some repairs. So just, if you know, have the requests been made? I mean, again, all the comments as well as these are designed to give us info for the budget, which means finding money to do it. And I know you know that. The request's been made, and what's the reply? Plumbing, leaks, evening bus, 30, 40 staff. Do you know if the school leaders have requested it? Yes, no? Is that a question for you?
So, and Dr. Irvin can chime in.
So
and then I'll
yes, if
follow.
it's on the needs assessment, the school leaders have requested it. Have they received a reply back? I can't say that at this moment, but I know whatever is there on the needs assessment, they have requested.
So it's in
that.
our court?
Yes.
That's all right. Thank you.
And just to add some context, those things that could be addressed have been addressed. Staffing, they've done all of their staffing. We looked at the ratio. We've made adjustments to certain buildings based off needs and gaps, just because that stuff has to happen so people can be hired. As far as maintenance and those sorts of things, if they were submitted, they're being addressed or they're following up with the principals, because some of them may need some additional layers, and or the timing of when it can be done may not be when school kids are actually on the campus. We have had the conversation since I've been here about the 3:30 and the 4 o'clock bus. And Mr. Miguel or someone from his team can talk through there. There are a couple of challenges, not just money, drivers and because we tier and have so many routes, you can't get, we have, our latest school gets out at 4:30. We also have several 4 o'clock schools, and we have activities and athletics that are going on year-round. So between all of those factors, it has impacted the ability to offer that late bus. But I think they evaluate it every year, and they can evaluate it again looking at this year.
So can I request that you provide us, the board, this information at one of the budget meetings? Maybe not Friday, but one of the budget meetings, so that we can consider you all's recommendations and weigh them with,
For the buses and the maintenance and repairs?
staff, bus.
Yes.
Unless there are other requests.
Yes.
That's all we have right here.
Yes, we can do that at a future meeting, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So we're going to thank you to our secondary schools board. We're going to take a brief 10-minute recess, and then when we reconvene, we'll bring Ask Elementary to come forward. Our secondary schools, if you're sticking around, we reserve the right to ask you another question. But we'll take a quick 10-minute recess, and then we'll have our elementary schools present, and then we'll continue with our agenda. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, board. Thank you, staff. We're going to reconvene and continue with our meeting. Again, just to come back again, thank you to our secondary principals and staff, and executive director of secondary for the earlier presentation. Board, I know there's still a lot. If there were additional questions that you didn't get to, please submit those to Dr. Stubblefield, and we can continue to share those and evolve that, share the information that is requested, asked, and shared by the principals as well. And I know Mr. Hansford is going to share the document that he's prepared to the board as well. So we'll continue to get more information, but any questions you do have, please submit those to Dr. Stubblefield. Next up, we will hear from our elementary team. So good morning still. Welcome. Good to see you all.
Good morning.
We'll have about 25 or so minutes in Q&A, presentation Q&A. If we need additional time, we can kind of do a time check. I know we've got board members that do have to leave at a certain time, and so we've got some other agenda items to get through. Board, don't want to cut off our conversation, but so we'll start out with 25 minutes or so total with Q&A. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, so thank you, President Lopez, Vice President Brownlee Page, and Dr. Stubblefield for, participating in today's session and really listening to the needs that our elementary principals have presented. So we appreciate that. I'm Lynn Dykes. I'm the principal at Douglas Elementary.
What she forgot to say is she's a first-year principal.
That's right.
So congratulations to her for being up here today. My name is Cindy Kopp, and I am the principal at TA Edison Elementary, and I do want to say that I am proudly serving my 35th year in the district.
Oh, good.
Wow.
Oh, I love it.
What questions do you have for us?
Okay, so we'll open it right up to the board. Any questions for our elementary schools?
Could I ask first before I start? Have you seen the summary of what
Yes, ma'am.
was presented? Okay, so you're
Yes.
speaking, you can address perhaps all of the.
We will do our best to speak for the whole.
Okay, good.
If there are specific questions, then we will say we don't know that information.
And you'll get back to us.
Yes, and we have seen the summary, though. We do have a
Okay,
summary.
thank you very much. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Dr. Nguyen. Ms. Brownlee Page, I think you had your hand up there.
Well, I want to start the same way I did on the secondary level. Now, I'm going to be biased. Even though I taught on the secondary level, I always want to applaud the elementary people.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think they do a phenomenal job.
Yeah.
And this is not to say the secondary doesn't, but I think on the secondary level, we could have done better at reaching out and doing stuff. My opinion, you don't have to agree, but I love what I see that goes on the elementary level.
Me too.
Now, my question is, like the others, everybody wants to improve the ones and two to the 3.1%. And I saw a variety. I saw a muffin day, this kind of day, and those are all good things. But I'd like to know more, and a lot of people put down summer school, but considering the way that we run summer school now, what are we doing for extended care to help bring those kids up?
We're going to fight over who gets to speak first. One of the things that we have implemented within our schools, well, I'll speak for myself. Is that okay?
Okay.
Is really getting to know the students. And with the platforms that we have now, we are given more specific data about each student. And we are able to then group those students together and know prescriptively exactly what they need. So we're able to give that to them throughout the day. We have time in our day for math intervention and reading intervention, and we are able to focus on students' specific needs every day. At my school, we personally have seen those level 1 students, our preliminary scores from CAP showed that we moved students out of that group 1 into group 2, 3, and 4. And so we see that the things that we are doing are working. We need to continue at a strong pace, 1% better every day, bringing those students along and bringing our teachers along at the training. Because again, as you guys have already discussed, students are bringing a lot to school with them. And we need to be addressing those things, so it takes all of the team members working together to accomplish that, moving the students from the level 1.
And then how do you communicate with the parents? I saw the things that were put down, and I think most people would say, we got to do more, because you got to figure out how do we get them back in.
Correct. We are, my school is constantly talking to parents about that same thing. How do you hear? Then I have parents saying, I don't hear. We at TA Edison have a very high percentage of parents that come to family advocacy events. Our second family advocacy meeting time that we just had, our percentage of parents that were involved was 92%. Typically, you see a lower percentage at the second time that you meet with parents. But we call, we ask parents to come in. We will do whatever it takes to get a hold of those parents. And 92% of our parents, we are talking to those families specifically about their child and their child's growth. That happens several times throughout the year on the family activity nights. We walk our students that are car riders out to the cars, and that's another opportunity to have those conversations. So just by the nature, elementary opens itself up so much more because there's so many more opportunities to meet with the parents.
And in addition to that, I mean, I would say that that does represent all of our elementary schools, what's happening as far as communication goes. I know something that I've just recently started doing is really embedding time for phone calls. So we would start our PLCs 15 minutes later. In those first 15 minutes, they've already identified parents they're calling to specifically address, to calls of encouragement, calls of concerns, whatever it might be. And so then we have this rotation so that all parents are hearing from teachers on a consistent basis. And I feel like that's been really important. We've also rotated between our PLC time and then also our PD time to carve that out so that teachers, because when they have their plan time, they need to be planning. And so I'm trying to give them that opportunity to really make sure that that happens.
Thank you.
Have you shared this with other, this is just at your school, correct?
Yes.
That
Well, I'm sure I'm not the only one doing it. Others
you
I
know, though,
I
that
know
there
that
are
others
others
are
doing
doing
it?
it as well. Yes.
Is it a one or two others, or, I mean, we have a lot of elementary schools. And
Well, this
if
was
it's working-
initially, I'm sorry.
If it's do you feel it's working?
I feel like that more parents are being contacted,
Okay.
and so the communication does increase.
Okay, then
And so
let me
the-
take a step further.
Okay.
Can you see a correlation between communication and student behavior, performance, outcomes, et cetera, et cetera?
I can't say that for sure that it's connected to their academic outcomes yet, but I can say that having that personal relationship, students come to school knowing that the parent and teacher are working together in collaboration. And so that in itself helps the student know that, you know, we're all on the same team and we're supporting you. So as far as raw data, no, I don't have that. But I do know that.
Anecdotal data?
Anecdotal data, yes, because
Okay.
we log everything in our PLP. And when we have our conversations, you know, we're seeing the progress because it's not just us reaching out to them. When we're reaching out to them consistently, they feel comfortable in reaching back out to us. And so when we're hearing more from them, not just for, you know, a concern, but also appreciation. This last week, I can't tell you the number of teachers who received notes, emails, things from the parents and guardians because they appreciate the work that teachers are doing and staff for their children.
So you believe it is working?
I do believe it's working.
And have you shared that with other principals just as a strategy, tactic, tool to increase communication?
I should do better. So thank you
Okay.
for that.
Do you have the opportunity?
Yes.
I can take the opportunity.
Okay,
I can
okay.
make the opportunity. So thank you for that
Now,
challenge.
question, are there any additional resources you could have to make that a consistent first day orientation presentation? Maybe no answer now, just think
I would
about it.
probably need to think about that,
Yeah.
but thank you.
I mean, we're here
Yes.
to consider budgetary items that, based on your assessments, and you know the reason for these, that then we build it into the budget to elevate those students out of 1, out of 2. Okay.
Thank you.
And that wasn't my question.
Ms. Strickland-Egan's.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello. First of all, I have to say I have had the pleasure of working with both of you, and I just want to say that publicly. But I have 2 questions, and one of them is just because one of our goals in our strategic plan is to empower families and communities. So I noticed that a lot of the elementary schools did not have a PTA or PTO, and so I'm curious as to why that trend is like that now. Have you done anything to create that space for parents to have ownership and leadership in the building? And if you can speculate why that, I know TA Edison doesn't have a PTA.
We do not, but I want to tell you that the steps that we've taken over the past few years, I had 2 years ago, several interested moms that helped us do a lot within the school. And then this year, they branched out to a couple more moms. And so we've sent home letters saying, hey, how can you help us? What do you want to do to support us?
Yes.
What can we offer to you? And just this morning, I received an email from that group of moms that started 2 years ago with conversations. And we are starting with a carnival next fall. And they've already got a group of moms that have already met, and they're ready to meet with me about their ideas. And so our plan was to start small.
That's
get a
right.
couple of moms, get a couple of families, not just moms. I say moms, but I mean anyone that is in that. And now we will be able to more bring people in with just this lighthearted event and have that grow. So that is really, really
That is
exciting.
good news.
Yes, and we
That is
will be able to turn that in then to a PTA that is supporting the school, rather than having just 1 or 2 families running the whole thing. Now it can be a group of people.
Yes, I appreciate that because I know the value of having
Yes.
had a PTA president as a mom and how that's one way we can have our parents in schools without the pressure of you're coming here for trouble or you're coming here because we have to talk to you about some things you might not even understand, but you're coming here to help and support.
And the schools that I've been in previous to TA Edison had that, and I grew up with that as a mom that was the PTA mom and all of those things and the support that I had from that community as a child. And so that was really important. It was a little bit harder to develop at TA Edison, but we've got it going. So I agree that that's a huge step.
And so the other question I have is for you, Mrs. Dykes, just because I know that we're looking at our reading scores, our reading data, and we're wanting to be better in that area. And one of the things you mentioned on your needs assessment was your writing curriculum needs, because we know that if our students are to be literate, that includes writing. That's reading and writing. When we take the assessment, there's grammar, and there's a space for how well our students write. And I noticed that you put there, you can talk to me about it, but what resources are teachers using right now for writing, and does the curriculum support that?
And so within our resource that we are currently using, writing is embedded. It's not as explicit as, what we had previously known, but it does provide the opportunity for writing.
Do you think is adequate?
I heard that Ms. Stacy Chapman spoke a lot about rolling up our sleeves. I think a lot of what we need to do is get in and know our resource, because what we need to focus on, is teaching standards, not a curriculum. And so if we know our standards and we spend our time in our PLCs looking at standards, we won't need to rely on that a resource, we need to know the standards and teach the standards. And so if we do know those and or when we do, I feel like our teachers are becoming very familiar with them, well enough that they can go in the classroom and demonstrate and effectively deliver lessons. If they know the standards and how to utilize a resource, that's what all they need. And so it's not necessarily about needing more, it's knowing how to utilize what we have effectively.
Okay, and I like that, especially teaching the standards, because that's what we want to meet with that assessment. And I also know that I wanted to just hear if the students are having enough practice with the curriculum. But if they're using the standards to plan their lessons, then teachers can create that practice. So that makes perfect sense to me. And the last question is, and I think we might have answered this earlier, because you also mentioned, Mrs. Dykes, that you needed some playground equipment fixed. Are students using that playground currently?
Students are using the playground. I can say they are using it, yes. It is quite old.
Oh, but is it dangerous?
Currently, we've made some repairs to it. I believe last year they made some repairs, added a slide because they didn't have a slide for a while. So things keep coming apart. We just put it back together. So we're making it work.
I'll add, Ms. Strickland-Egan's, so I think you're on Facilities Committee with Dr. Wayne and myself.
No.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. No, but we have a Facilities Committee meeting this afternoon, and on the agenda, and at the previous meeting, we actually talked about doing a playground assessment because that's something that's come up as a need, and Mr. Martin and his team are working on what would an assessment look like. I think we've done some initial work in the past around assessing our playgrounds and making sure that they're accessible for all students with all needs. We know it costs money, but the first thing is to start and understand where we're at with our playgrounds. And so on the agenda at our Facilities Committee today at 2 o'clock, I think, or 2:30, on the agenda is to discuss the playground assessment or potential for that. So I'm glad you brought that up because that's something that Mr. Martin and I have been talking about as well, and he's been great to help us work through that. So.
And I can't speak for other schools. There may be other schools that have needs, so I don't want to be selfish, but we definitely do need a playground. So thank you for that.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
We just want to know what you need. Thank you for helping us.
Good question.
I would assume. So Dr. Snyder said other schools are in need of a playground,
Okay.
so.
Yeah. Thank you. Yep. What other questions, board?
Well, I'll intervene. You can ask him, have those requests been made? Because we don't know if you don't ask.
I've never known an amp I didn't like, so thank you for inviting me up to answer your question. Absolutely. Every year when we do the building budget, on the second sheet, there's a space in which you can write capital improvements that you're interested in your building, and you can list those on there. In the past 2 years, because my first year I was in CNI, and I've been ED the past 2 years, we have had schools put in there when there are needs listed around our playground equipment. So we do consistently communicate that, yes.
And thank you. And then my question, Dr. Stubblefield, do we see those forms?
It's a part of that. It may be a link or tab that you need to click, but I think it is a part of that sheet, yeah.
It is, and typically what I've also known is that our finance department gathers all of that together and utilizes that for planning. So I know that Danita this year has talked a lot with our principals about taking this information, synthesizing it, and helping support the way for us to future plan around these opportunities in our schools.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I've got a question.
Please.
Excuse me. I would like to think that by the time kids get to middle school and they get hit with their hormonal changes, that's when they start to exhibit their social emotional learning issues, but that is not the case. We know that our children start from a very early age being exposed to issues that can cause that. So one of the the assessments that's been shown here is that there's a high concern about that in elementary school as well. So my question is, are you receiving the kinds of supports that you need in order for us to address this at the earliest possible time in children's lives? Early childhood and then on to kindergarten and so on. Do you have what you need to help address those issues?
I believe so, yes. We have utilized a lot of the trainings and a lot of support from our SEL supports here in the district. We do have to go back and retrain ourselves on some of those things. We're seeing a lot of behaviors coming into kindergarten that we hadn't seen before, and we do have the supports we need. We just have to utilize those supports better within our building.
I'm asking mainly because one of the reports in one of the schools, that they said that they had a lack of differentiated resources from the district. And so that means they're looking for different things and how to address different issues with the children. So in your case, you may receive what you need, but I wanted to know, how is yours structured so that the children that are coming in kindergarten with the high level of needs, give me an example of how you handle that. That's what I guess I'm asking for.
I suppose I would also want to hear the inverse of what the other person is not, so that we could kind of compare what their.
They weren't specific.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking for better narratives next time.
I'm trying to formulate.
You can't answer.
My assumption is that all schools would. Oh, okay. Go ahead. You go right ahead. Yeah.
Help me, please.
Happy to. Every child comes into school presenting opportunities for growth and opportunities that we have to address early on. Kindergarten is the biggest gap in education children will have, because you have kids that have preschool and kids that have no experience with schooling at all. So you'll have students come in that have an understanding of how to traditionally school versus children that have never been in the place. Additionally, when you consider cultures that may not have traditional United States experience around schooling. So we have to do a lot of work with partnerships with families and supporting our kindergarten students. When I was an elementary administrator, what was really challenging is the frontal lobes are not developed in kindergartners, so you can't reason with them. Compared to when I was a middle school principal, it was a little bit easier for me to sit down and have a conversation about how we function in a classroom. So when our kindergartners come in, we're trying to love them. This is their first opportunity in school, and we want to make sure that it's the best experience they have. And because they are little, they present behaviors that we may not be prepared to always respond to. And that's where the behavior health teams in the buildings have to come together and really work and problem solve.
Okay.
When you also have exposure to school, sometimes when we think about special education and wanting to refer students for additional support, they have to have enough exposure in education before we can start even considering that, because that's part of the federal law. So there might be times where we wish we could get more supports in place faster, but we have to give children a chance to get into school and learn. With that being said, it is exceptionally challenging in a classroom when you are working really hard and children are still not meeting expectations. And so it can be frustrating at times. So it's also our job as principals to support teachers around that too. There will always be cases that we will not be prepared for, because humans are humans and they show us with different opportunities. We do have systems of support in the district that are there to help us, but they have to be ever evolving and changing because we have opportunities every day that are new to us. One of the things we are looking at is our SIT process and how we're supporting our students who may need additional support. So that's a great kindergarten example. So that could be different for a newcomer that comes into the United States that's in 5th grade or 4th grade that may not have had traditional schooling like the United States has. How do we help acclimate that student and that family to support them so they can be successful in our classrooms? And different schools have different populations of students that need support around that.
Thank you for helping create that scenario for me, so I can kind of see what is necessary to address our children's needs.
Additional questions?
I've got some. And I've asked these questions before. Do your teachers use Canvas or what learning management system or none?
If you're asking, do they use Canvas for students to access learning, at the elementary level, we do not.
Okay. Do you use any learning management system to communicate with the parent on grades, attendance, or anything?
Through Infinite Campus, grades are posted through Infinite Campus.
Okay.
And just for clarity, Infinite Campus is the student information system pre-K through 12. Canvas is the learning management system primarily used at secondary. There are a few elementary classes or individuals that use it, but it's not widely used at the elementary.
Okay, so it was pre-populated on the elementary school form.
Right, because there are some who do use it on the pre-populated for those individual buildings. They have the opportunity to go and customize it. So if you see it, it's just because it is used and it's available, but most elementary schools don't use it because a lot of their interaction is hands-on and forward-facing and that sort of thing. So they're not putting a lot of elementary assignments in a learning management system.
Thank you. Do you have a lot of after-school tutoring, or you don't?
We do not.
Okay. Some of these said that they wanted to start after-school tutoring. What would we need to know to budget for them to have an after-school tutoring plan? We know bus. We know the bus.
My assumption would be to pay teachers for their time after school and buses.
That would be the only two factors that we would have to
They would probably
think
need
about
a
it.
snack.
Because we need, if we were to.
Snacks from nutritional services.
Yeah, if
Yes,
we were to
provide.
respond
Yes.
and we would, do you have the budget? Has it been cost?
So there are several schools who actually do offer tutoring during the day and after school. When we've talked, the schools that I've talked to who wanted to offer it, they often, even though they pay the teachers, they can't hire people to necessarily do
Okay,
it.
but that's a different question. As
yeah.
far as if we were going to establish a budget, that's one thing. That
There's a
we don't
published,
assign the teachers,
right, so most of them can establish a budget and they can do it. So the individuals that may be saying that, we just need to wrap back around to see where the gap
You
is
do have those
because,
numbers.
yeah, for their individual schools. There are some schools who actually do it. And there are
Yes.
some schools who have tried to do it. And then, so I think the gap is who may be putting it and what's the barrier, because it's not necessarily budget.
Right.
Yeah.
Step one is, what's the budget for it?
So Title I is where we budget for after-school tutoring, so that's in our Title I funding. Depending on the school and the focus in which building needs assessments, the building teams come together at their BLT level and decide how they want to allocate those funds. There is a specific line for tutoring inside the Title I budget for every school. Some schools elect to budget for it, and then they cannot get staff, and so they're not using it. But there are schools that consistently do budget for it. And then there may be some schools that decide, you know what, I haven't been able to hire anybody, I'm going to look at allocating that funds differently for family
But you've
involvement.
carried it throughout the whole process.
Yeah.
Step one is.
Step one's the
how
money.
much does it cost?
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
You're telling me,
Yeah.
us.
Yes.
We could obtain that cost in where?
Title I is where it is currently.
Where schools have already allocated. Now, schools always allocate the same?
No, it's based on student
Right.
need and by school campus. It's not always the same. And then the pay would be the contractual rate that's inside of our
those
negotiated
teachers
agreement.
that are hired there.
Mhm. Yep.
So how would we budget for it? With those?
As a board?
Yeah, with those different factors coming into play.
That's a really
That's our
great
job.
well,
To figure it
I
out.
think it's layered because as a principal, I'm going to look at my local funds that are allocated to me in my budget, and I'm going to attempt in my own budget to prioritize it through Title I. Now, in a previous district I was in, it was district allocated, so it's all
And that's what
depending
I'm saying,
on
is
the system.
If
Yeah.
they're looking, can assume, if they are looking to add, they've already utilized the Title I funds that they have.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, of course, we don't know if they're going to shrink,
Right.
So I'm assuming by asking this, you're looking for outside district funds to add to the.
It would appear that they do not, they have exhausted their resources through their building budget, and they would need to look for other funds. Yes, I understand your question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And last but not least, please, how do you handle your absenteeism? Some are upwards of 30%. What's the plan? What's the?
Our plan at our school is to, this year and continuing, we call every family every day, and we ask, why are you not here today? What can we do to support you? We follow the A2A procedures that they were talking about earlier, the guidelines that are set out. We also do have some incentives built in quarterly, which we are adding to next year. Celebrations even for students that are improving their attendance. This year, one of the things that we did at our school was to take a picture of all of the students that were chronically absent. The teachers kind of memorized that, and each teacher picked a student to, when they saw the student at school that day, to be talking to that student, to be having conversations, to be encouraging that student to come to school. My social worker and counselor work endlessly with families, trying to take away part of the burdens, and I know that's district-wide. What can the school do to help you get your child to school? So there are multiple layers that all the schools are implementing to reduce absenteeism. It is a very, very serious, something that we all take seriously, and something we know that's important, that students be at school.
So are there additional resources that are needed to I don't know the word I'm looking for, but to help you implement those activities, those actions, that plan?
Again, I want to say that within our Title I budget is where we have found support for that. Also this year, the attendance office did award some grants for next year to increase some of those activities and some of those opportunities for students and for recognition within the buildings. So I believe that those are there, that we have the opportunity already to take.
Okay, so
Yes.
resources are already being provided for next year.
Correct.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Advantage of. Oh, and.
Thank you.
We are, I wasn't aware, but all of the elementary schools have already reduced this year their chronic absenteeism.
Good.
And I think one of the big highlights of that is when you draw attention to an issue and everyone focuses on that issue as a whole, as a system, I think that shows the care that crosses KCK. We will address those things.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good job.
I would also like to add that student services is a huge support, specifically our multilingual lingual department. I recently went with someone who supported our school on a home visit. The students were frequently absent. We've call, no answer, no answer. Since that visit, because of the support from that team and the team members specifically, because I didn't speak their language, but I don't want that to be a barrier for our families. I don't speak their language. They're not speaking mine, but I don't know theirs either. And so to support them, we had a porch visit. It went very well. The students, they're both coming to school now. And so it's our whole system working together. So when you keep asking for, hey, what can we do? What can you do for us? I really feel like that so many things have already been provided. Sometimes we just don't always know what those are. Okay. So communication about what's available, I think, is really important.
Do you engage in surrounding neighborhoods?
I'm
Do you
sorry?
engage with the surrounding neighborhoods?
Do we engage with them? We attempt to.
Many neighborhoods have neighborhood associations.
Right,
You're at
and so I've been
Douglas?
invited,
Are
so
you at
no, I
Douglas?
have not attended.
Where are you again?
I'm sorry, I'm in Douglas.
Douglas, okay.
Douglas, yes.
We'll make sure that changes.
Can I piggyback on that just a little bit? Something Kevin said earlier, Mr. Hanford said earlier, about providing that roadmap for us to understand all the inputs that are going into our educational system, that would be very helpful. Because the reason I ask that question is I don't know. I've not been a teacher, okay, and I haven't been sitting in a classroom to understand all the different inputs that come in, but I know they're there. I just don't know what they're called. I don't know, how much they cost. Are there ways in which we can support and add to that process in order to make it more efficient for you and more effective for the students? So those are the kind of reasons that I asked for that picture, to know what exactly do we have within the district that supports what you're doing.
So I know thank you. I know we're running up on time. Yes, and I've got just something as well. Dr. Nguyen, go ahead. And we'll close it. Well, no, I just think, I think I appreciate the conversation around communication and community engagement. I think that's super important, as you can tell, both at the elementary level and secondary level to this entire board. And I think we all want to see us engage in our community, and we do that in very different ways and communicate in very different ways. And every neighborhood's a little bit different and unique in how they engage with their schools or parents. And I think that's where we have to continue to work to find that sweet spot to make sure that parents feel like they're welcomed, and parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles, whoever of the family unit, feels like they can participate. And so I think that looks a little bit different. I think we need that feedback from you all and as principals and EDs to let us know, like, here's some different things that we could do at the different level and make it systemic, right? I know we have our faces that are great help at the schools. They can't do everything either, right? So it is a team effort, but I think, as you can see, community engagement is something that's very important to all of us as we think about how we can continue to support our students, our scholars, our staff at the schools. So I just bring that up. I say that for our board to continue to think about how we invest our resources when we're thinking about budgeting. What does that look like? Where are we prioritizing our dollars? How are we? I know there are some different buckets of funding, whether it's Title I or other, that can help us do some of these things, but where there is flexibility or where there might not be, how do we get creative if this is a priority of ours to support the elementaries, the secondaries in different ways, to find those dollars to support our faces. And when we think about attendance, let me be careful about how I say this. When we think about staff who take care of some of the attendance, like our attendance clerks, our registrars, and some of those folks, right? They're making sure that we're paying them at a reasonable rate so that they stay. Because I know that's part of the issue, is that we see turnover in some of those positions that are hourly, but they're some of the most critical ones because they're taking care of the data. Yeah. They're inputting all the attendance data, the daily data. And so how are we taking care of those staff and supporting the principals who have them and are supporting them to make sure that they feel supported and that we're paying what we need to pay. And again, that's a board conversation as a district, and maybe we are doing the best we can, but just wanted to share that perspective around how we prioritize what's important for the board when we look at the budget, where are we putting our dollars, and if this is something that we, obviously all of us care deeply about, how do we do that, knowing, and I can hear, Ms. Brownlee Page, and you remind us, and it's very true, the state is looking to cut funds, and we're always a target. So what does that look like for us and how we prioritize dollars? And I know you say, you've got resources currently, but things continue to get expensive. Things continue. So as we think about resources, how do we budget for those needs that we don't anticipate either at the elementary and secondary level? So just wanted to share that piece. Dr. Nguyen.
No, Ms. Joycelyn Egan's has a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, we wanted to know how Avid plays a part at your school, and both of you can answer this, please, daily, and has it had an effect on the culture and academics?
So for, I can speak for Douglas, our goal was around communication, parent communication, and so we implemented daily communication folders. And so it was around increasing awareness, so parents are aware of what students are learning and helping make sure that they're informed of what's happening in our school. So it was just another way of communicating. And so we've been keeping data, as far as the percentage of students that are returning theirs, what does that look like as far as parent involvement in the things that are occurring in our school. So that was our goal, and so I do believe it has been very beneficial. We're going to continue that, we're upgrading that, but then we'll be adding additional goals. Ours will be around writing for next year.
So just let me clarify. So the daily folders, they contain homework, notes about what's going on at school, and do they require a parent signature when they are returned?
We request, we don't necessarily require.
Thank you.
I would like to say that Avid has, I think, been a very beneficial piece to our district because it's brought the different groups together. When we were at Avid last year, my school feeds into Rosedale, and the Rosedale team was also there. So my team sat with Rosedale for a while, and we said, what do you see our kids needing when they come there? What gaps do you see? What should we improve on, especially in 5th grade, as they're making that transition to 6th grade? And so Travis's team was fabulous, giving us some ideas of things that we were able to implement now and then take down to the kindergarten level. And again, it's something like she's talking about that communication is the way of organizing. So that's a piece in middle school that we're lacking, is that organizational piece, and how to teach our kids to come to middle school with that. And then we broke that down, how we can implement that in kindergarten to build each year to be ready for when they go to 6th grade.
Thank you.
Dr. Wynn.
My question is about letters training and reading. How many of your teachers in the elementary school are trained? Are they finished? Are they first year, middle, second year with the certification? And have you seen any, well, what are the student outcomes of reading scores and reading performance and just comfort in reading?
I think a comfort in teaching reading.
Okay.
I've been in the district long enough that when I was hired, there wasn't a curriculum and there wasn't really an outline of what to do. Now our staff is coming in, and here is how we're going to teach reading. And it was not necessarily taught to us in college unless you're graduating within the last few years. But the district brought forth this, the state brought this forth to teach us the science of how people learn to read. I believe that it's going to take several years for us to see the results of our efforts. Right now at my school, I have very low turnover with staff, so I have a new teacher this year who's going through the training, and a teacher who is her second year who has just finished the training. I believe she just finished the training. And so the district continues to support the training.
Just had 2 reading teachers?
Oh, I'm so sorry. The rest of my staff is trained.
Oh, great.
I'm sorry. That
Great.
was an assumption that I assumed you followed there with me. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Yes.
I lost
So
you.
my staff is 100% trained,
Great.
other than my new staff. And the district is continuing that training as staff from every building is brought on.
Okay.
And so there are cohorts that are going through that training right now. I also know that there are more teachers being trained within our district. More instructional coaches are being trained on how to train teachers so that continues. We will continue to see the benefits as we progress, as years go by.
And maybe this is your question. To what extent are we trained, percentage-wise?
So when we started, we started in 2021, so anybody that was hired from there moving forward, if they've been with us the whole time, they are trained. I don't have the exact number in front of me, but her example is the same at every elementary and several of our middle schools. When new staff come on, it's a required training that they're a part of. So anybody who's been with us 2 or more years, that group is 100% trained. If you're new, it just depends on when you were hired, and you'll be completing your training.
Does training completion mean
It meets the requirements of the KSDE.
Right.
Yes.
Does it get the certificate? Does that come from additional training?
No, if you complete it and pass the assessments or take the assessments, that's what the requirement is, and whatever certification or certificate that comes with that, that's what they receive.
Since I think the funding is going to get funny, do we have then an additional cost we need to cover?
We probably do need to plan for that, but what we have done is what Ms. Kopp spoke to, is we're training like our instructional coaches and some of our staff so we can provide the training either during district PD time, but sometimes it requires us to pool staff for subs, and that's a cost that we always factor in when we're looking at the professional development budget. And so that's where you would see that at, is in those department budget requests, because it's a district initiative, not an individual building.
And is there a cost for taking the test? I mean, if you train.
No, once we pay for the like it's a part of the course. So you have assessments built throughout that you take throughout the training course. To go, like you have to pass a portion to go to a next portion, that sort of thing. So it's built in.
That's where the cost is.
Yes, whatever it costs to be enrolled. And those costs would show up in like professional development,
So we need to look
Diploma
for
Plus. Those budgets would reflect that cost, yeah.
Have you seen any outcome in your student performance? Don't speak at once.
Well, being new to Douglas, trying to look at last year's scores and, being aware of those, yes, I'm seeing teachers being more effectively, implementing how to teach students reading effectively. And so, yes, students are growing in their reading, along with our intervention time, where we're utilizing that whole science of reading within their the intervention time with a different resource, but it's honing in specifically to the individual needs of students.
Okay. Where were you last year?
I was the assistant principal at Emmy Pearson.
So, and how long were you there?
I was there 4 years.
So did you see anything with your teachers? I mean, not to compare, I'm not asking you to compare the schools, but you say you're new to Douglas. Okay, well, reflect on where you've been and your experiences there with letters.
Right. As far as letters go, as far as how instruction occurs.
However you want to answer it.
Okay. So I see that teachers are now equipped with how we teach reading to students.
Okay.
So we are more aware of how students understand how to take in language. And so because of that, we know more effectively how to interact with them, and we have to be able to assess them where they are to identify their specific needs. So it's a whole gamut of things they're learning within this system, and so within the training. So I definitely feel like that our students are reading better because of it.
All right, thank you very much.
I want to point back to the roadmap. This is where the roadmap's critical, because you're taking in SIOP, AVID, letters, high-quality instructional materials, and putting that all together.
Right.
And when you place that and layer it on top of each other, that's when you start seeing the outcomes. So the programming and how it works together in tandem is how we continue to see the results in our classrooms. And to Mr. Lopez's point, human resource, human capital, our staff is the most critically important individuals, and that continues to be where we must focus our time and energy on, building them up and providing them professional development. But I wanted to just add that component, like all of those
Keep
together.
that in mind. So with that knowledge,
Yes.
and you are another tier administrator, right?
Yes.
How do you get that outcome with the human being on a consistent level?
That's an absolute excellent question, and it is my
know, I asked
goal. And that's my goal. As an executive director of schools, I support 14 elementary schools.
Okay.
And my job is to support our principals. How am I equipping principals with the skills and strategies they need to then support teachers? And there's nothing better than being a principal's support. How am I coaching when I'm on the site? How am I developing when I pull them out for professional learning, when we go to each other's sites and see the great things the others are doing? And how am I reinforcing the strategic plan in my actions every single day when I'm at a campus? So to me, that's my work. And you should hold me accountable to it.
How are you doing it? And
Like
you needing more
specifics?
resources? Come on,
Oh,
be specific. You know that's my word.
Okay. I think it's more about how do we get intentional about building systems and mindsets. Our goal is always, how are we building in mindsets for the people to reinforce the systems our district is reinforcing with funds, with adoptions, with
Funds
staffing.
for what?
For instructional programming, increasing salaries for instructional staff,
Okay.
all of the different areas that are focuses within our strategic plan. And how do we take that strategic plan and make it applicable to our school improvement plans so then the actions and behaviors can become part of the process in our district? For me, it's really critical. For instance, I have a first-year principal, and then I have principals that have been in our district 20-some years. How am I differentiating my support
Right.
to make sure everybody's getting what they need and their time is being empowered, not wasted? So those are the things that I'm constantly churning in my head is how is my position supporting principals, to support teachers, to support families, to support our kids?
You have enough resources? Yes,
I
no.
have the right people.
Okay.
I have the right people, the right
That's
positions.
a
Yes,
yes.
ma'am.
All right.
Thank you so much. So I'm doing a quick time check. I think, board, if you're okay with it, we can pause with the elementary today. We've had a couple of hours with each, both secondary and elementary. And if you have further questions, I know not all principals were here, but if there are questions on specific buildings that you didn't get answered or didn't get a chance to ask already, send those to Dr. Stubblefield. We can use the Google link or Google Doc. We'll make sure to get those things worked out if they haven't been already, and we'll share those questions. But thank you so much to all of our principals. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, board, for your questions today.
And I'd like to thank you, and hopefully we won't just make this one time a year. And secondly, don't leave before I invite you to the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Visit our buildings anytime.
Most definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Okay, board, so we're going to continue with our agenda. We are on agenda item 5, the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve today's consent agenda?
Set a couple of things aside. I'm going to set aside item E, I, J. I think that'll do it.
Item E. so
E,
item
I, J.
E is in the human
E as in-
resources. I just want to make sure that all the letters are correct. Conscious discipline. J is CPI de-escalation.
Right.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve consent agenda minus items E, I, and J?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Further questions? All right, Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Andy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joyce Lynn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen,
Yes.
Ms. Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
All right, thank you, board. Ms. Penn Hicks, let's start with item E.
Well, I was interested to know that one of the teachers that we were hiring, actually two of the teachers we were hiring, were being assigned to Resurrection Catholic School. I was not aware, and I just wanted to get information about how we support them with our hiring.
Yeah, Ms. Walker is coming, but I may answer it before she gets there. We are responsible for the special education services and other items for our private and parochial schools. And there's money that we receive directly to title that we have to flow to them. So that's why.
That is correct. We have 7 non-public school districts that receive Title I funding, non-public Title I funding, and we are the pass-through for those school districts. And so we meet with them regularly, like we do our own schools, and plan budget meetings. And then if they choose to hire teachers with their Title I funds to serve their non-public Title I students, we are the agency that hires the teachers for them and works with them to support that because they don't receive their money directly. The federal requirements are that the money flows through a public local education agency, which that is what we are for those 7 non-public schools. So from time to time, you'll see that there will be a teacher hired to serve in those non-public sites.
Thank you for clarifying that, because I wasn't sure whether we were pulling that out of our funds, but you're saying it's a pass-through from the federal.
It's a pass-through, and
Okay.
they get their allocations based on their total enrollment and the number of students who participate in national school meal programs. So they get their funding just like we do, based on their residence, which they would normally attend, one of the USD 500 public schools.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions on item E? If not, item I.
Get there. So the question that I had about conscious discipline, when I read the background information, it says that we're entering our 8th year of implementing it, and that this is a new program or a new portion to that program for the summer launch. I wanted to the Launch Academy, and I wanted to know how that complements what we've already been doing with conscious discipline.
So, and Dr. Cook, you can chime in. So historically, it's only been at our early childhood centers. And as a part of our expansion and addressing our significant disproportionality, we are expanding it to some elementaries, and we're just going to continue to add it throughout. So the expansion is moving it up to our elementary schools for continuity. We got a lot of feedback from parents, students, and staff requesting that it is expanded to elementaries.
This is an expansion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And on
Item J.
okay, hold on, let me get there. So I want to really focus on the fact that we have a serious, as defined by the principals at all levels, serious issues with SEL, with social emotional learning. And we also have a police department. So I wanted to see how this particular piece will help to provide scaffolding around how we help our children, how we help our adults in the school system and the staff and so forth, because this is a particular de-escalation process here, and I wanted to know how that all fits together if we already have people who are professionals at providing those kind of services, training to our staff, why this particular piece was necessary.
So we use CPI and de-escalation. Primarily, initially, it was for our special ed, some of our special ed staff. What we have come to know and understand that all of our staff could use more training around de-escalation so that students are not put into positions where you are responding to them being escalated and making choices they may cause more severe consequences. This also, too, was approved by the state, which we have to do to address our significant disproportionality around suspension. So this is expanding that to be more intentional about including the de-escalation portion for all of our staff, or as many staff as we can, while there is a portion that teaches specific employees on what our requirements are if you have to restrain a student, and we have to have those things in place in order for us to remain compliant with some state and federal guidelines.
Thank you.
Any additional questions on this item? If not, is there a motion to approve items E, I, and J?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any additional questions or discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
On the Brownlee page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you, Board. Next item, Board, it is recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the purchase of a commercial transit van through Farber Specialty Vehicles under Omnia Partners Cooperative Contract Number 177718 in the amount of $280,168.94 in accordance with Board Policy DJED as submitted by Ms. Laura Pellegrino, Executive Director of Libraries, and recommended by Dr. Stubblefield. Is there a motion to do so? I will make a motion to approve the requested purchase of transit van for the mobile library services. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded. Any questions or discussion on this item?
I have a question, Mr. Lopez.
Dr. Nguyen?
We had, last time we were told, let's say the reserve, does this negatively impact the reserve that we're using for the, I'll just say for the bond, or not for the bond, for the new library facilities?
No, this does not. It doesn't. And Ms. Pellegrino had to step away, but it does not. It is one, because some of the, I think she shared previously, some of the, one of the mobile libraries is getting older. And then as you think about like the transition, when it's Parker, when the things are happening, it'll be an additional resource to the community to continue to have access for books and things during that transition. But it does not impact that reserve. They have money set aside for the replacement, yes.
Thank you, thank you.
And Mr. Lopez?
Yes, Ms. Brownlee.
Will they do they trade this in or sell, keep the old one as well as the new one?
I can't.
Dr. Salinas said she will, I think I heard her correctly, she will ask Ms. Hunt Pellegrino and put it in the end of the week.
Hello, Board. I will ask Dr. Pellegrino. She had to step away for another meeting, but we'll put it at the end of the week.
Additional questions from the board? If not, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you, board. Next item, board, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the bid from Heartland Seating for the replacement of bleachers at Sumner Academy, the main gym, in the amount of $256,637 plus $7,700 for a potential 3% price increase scheduled to go into effect May of this year, 2026. Total request for approval is $264,337 as submitted by Mr. Doug Clements and recommended by Dr. Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or further discussion?
Yeah, Mr.
Ms.
Lopez?
Brownlee Page, yes.
Okay, now we're doing Sumner. Do we do a different group each year? Is everybody else up to par?
I see Mr. Clements coming to the microphone. The answer is yes. The short answer is yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we've done actually all of the other high schools over a course of period. We have been doing some middle schools. This Sumner will be done October, November, when there's a break between basketball and volleyball. So then next year we'll have probably a couple other, Arrowhead, for example, will come back next year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions on this item? Hearing none, Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you, board. Next item, board, it is recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the service support agreement with CNC Group for necessary technical support of our building automation system, BAS, which controls heating and cooling for all buildings. Is there a motion to do so?
So move.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Are there any questions or discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Mylan Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
and Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you, Board. Board, next, if you all are okay with it, just while we have Ms. Clark still with us, we are going to move executive sessions up as the next items and do those executive sessions first before we get to the rest of the agenda. There's not a whole lot after that, but that way we make best use of our time. And if anyone, I think other board members may need to exit at some point. So to be respectful of you, if you all are okay with that, I'd entertain a motion to recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship. Are we doing that one first? Negotiations.
So moved.
I'm sorry. Thank you. For the attorney-client relationship under the Kansas Open Meetings Act for, we said, 7 minutes, starting at 1 o'clock, to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Dr. Jones, Dr. Pegram, and Mr. Hansford.
And Doug and Miguel.
And Doug and Miguel. Doug Clements and Miguel Martin.
So moved.
Second. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Penn Hicks. Thank you. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
and Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you.
And staff, you are
Can you hear me?
Okay, there you are. All right. Motion to return to open session, please.
I move that we return to open session.
Thank you. Moved by Ms. Strickland Egan, seconded by Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Pamela Penn Hicks.
Yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to recess to executive session to discuss teacher negotiations pursuant to the exemption for employer-employee negotiations under the Kansas Open Meetings Act for 7 minutes, starting at 1:11, to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Mr. Hansford, Dr. Jones, and Dr. Pegram? Moved by Ms. Brownlee Page, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Pamela Penn Hicks.
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
And Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Okay. Is there a motion to return to open session, please? Moved by Ms. Strickland Egan, seconded by Ms. Brownlee Page. Thank you. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Yes. Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr., Pamela Penn Hicks, Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
and Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Board. Is there a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the parties involved under the Kansas Open Meetings Act for 3 minutes, starting at 1:19, with Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Mr. Hansford, Dr. Jones, and Dr. Pegram?
I move that we recess.
Been moved. Is there a second? Moved by Ms. Strickland Egan, seconded by Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr., Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
and Dr. Nguyen.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Lopez?
Okay. Yes, you can hear me? Okay. Motion, is there a motion to return to open session, please? Moved by Ms. Brownlee Page, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page?
Yes.
Yolanda Clark?
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez?
Randy, yes?
Robert Mylan Jr.? Pamela Penn Hicks? Joycelyn Strickland Egan's?
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen?
All right. The motion, is there a motion to recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under the Kansas Open Meetings Act for 7 minutes, starting at 1:26, to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Mr. Hansford, Dr. Jones, and Dr. Pegram. Moved by Ms. Brownlee Page. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Strickland Egan's. Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page?
Yes.
Yolanda Clark?
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez?
Randy, yes?
Robert Mylan Jr.? Pamela Penn Hicks? Joycelyn Strickland Egan's?
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen?
Thank you. All right. Is there a motion to return to open session, please? Moved by Ms. Brownlee Page. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Clark. Thank you. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brown Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Junior, yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you. All right, motion to recess to executive session for consultation with the attorney on matters which would be privileged in the attorney-client relationship under Code 135 to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Mr. Hansford, Dr. Jones, and Dr. Pegram.
I moved for recess.
Moved by Ms. Strickland Egan's. Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Downing.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brown Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Yolanda Clark, Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Marlon Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
and Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you, Board. Board, after consulting with Ms. Brownlee Page, we're going to go ahead and forego the remainder of the agenda items. Those are items that aren't pressing that we can add to a future board meeting, including our communications. I know y'all are busy people doing a lot of amazing things, so you can share that out via email, or we'll share that out next time we meet. But if there's no opposition to that, I know there's facility meeting at 2:30, so with that, we will adjourn. Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you for that. We do have one item. Is there a motion to uphold the hearing officer's report?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion, questions? Not Ms. Downing?
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Marlon Jr., yes.
Pamela Penn Hicks,
Pamela Penn Hicks, yes.
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's,
Joycelyn Strickland Egan's, yes.
and Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you. And then just a reminder, graduations are this week. Congratulations to all of our graduates. Board members, you should have received your cap and gown for the graduations and the instructions on where to park, and you've got parking passes in your spot, and which graduations you're assigned to sit on stage with and pass out diplomas. You're invited to join all of the graduations. It's such a fun time. So hope to see you there. If you have questions, please reach out to Ms. Downing and we'll get you the information. Other than that, thank you so much. This meeting's adjourned. Have a great afternoon.